goes out to my mother, Beverly K. Jacobs, and to the world. Let them know that we live by faith and not by sight.
Spill blood. Spilled. ED at the end. Okay. Now, spilled blood, we normally get this from a woman knows more about this than anything. It's about spilled and spoiled blood. Is that like milk? There's a time period when the blood gets bad. And so at that time, it has to be recycled and renewed. This is something that every woman experiences, right? And it's because after a certain time, the blood is what they consider to be impure. And impure meaning this is the blood that all this blood within you is represented as dead blood at that point. So all the dead blood has to be almost recycled out of you or filtered out in order that the fresh blood, the still living blood, can process without that gunk of old blood. You know what I'm talking about? So at a point in time, it's kind of like washateria. It kind of recycles it, washes it clean, purifies it, and then throws out the excess, you know what I'm saying, the dirt of the blood. And so that's what normally comes out during that time is the dead blood, they would say. I mean, this blood has zero life in it. You know what I mean? You can't give nothing life out of this blood. You know what I'm talking about? And so that blood has to be taken out of a woman in order that she can continue to live. And if she was having babies, that her babies could live off that blood. So that's why she has a recycling moment for those, you know, for those times that she does in order to get rid of herself of dead blood. Now, during that time, it's a teaching they give unto woman so that woman can understand too, as well as what happens in the world, because everything Yah has created and every process that we go through is for a reason, and it is definitely for a lesson. Everything Yah does is for a lesson. Everything. So even those moments where you can't get out of it, the reason why you can't get out of that process is because it's for you to learn what it is and why it's there. And why is it in your life in the first place? So these are the things we shall reveal. Why is it there? Why is it needful for it to be there? That you will understand when you needed to learn how to, it's always the key word and you will understand is processed. Process is anytime something is processed, it goes through what they call a procedure. And the procedure is like an assembly line of things that happens to something in order for it to get the best results, and then it renders out at the end the result of it, right? It's another form of it is what they call conversion. Conversion is another form. Y'all learned this word conversions in math class. Conversions. Everything is converted. That's where you get the word conversation from. It's the same thing. It's a conversion. Now, the thing about conversions are, we know conversions happens through the processes of money. Right? It's the processes of money. It holds the same value, but in different conversions, it's different upon the conversion in which it takes. Meaning the change of it. A conversion is like taking $1 and making change out of it. That is what you call a conversion. You take one green dollar bill, you hand it to a register, that cashier takes that money, puts it through a register, right? And that's the process. And then you hit a ding, or saying it's done, and then they will render you change. And you look at them. Now the change varies, right? For $1, they can hand you, what's some things they can hand you back in exchange for that same dollar, equaling the same amount. If you give your dollar to a register or a cashier, which is the process, what do they do with it? You said they will hand you back what?
4 quarters.
4 quarters. That's one conversion.
10
What is 10 dimes? It's another conversion. 20 nickels is another conversion.
Pennies.
100 pennies is another conversion. And then there's a conversion of dimes, nickels, and pennies, right? You can get all of the above for that same $1. Now, anytime you take that dollar represents spiritually your whole self. Because it represents how many? Or 1 represents a whole number. We learned that in class 2. 1 represents 2, 100, or the number of perfection. Right? That's why it's whole. $1 green in its whole state. But once it goes through a conversion, it begins to break down. Right? And it turns that 1 into many little what? Coins and pieces and stuff. So that means now it has went through the process of being broken what? Down. To the very 1 cent. So during that period, that represents you. You are that dollar when you are your whole self. This is before you need a Snicker, right? When they begin to say you're not acting like yourself, you need a Snicker bar. You're no longer acting yourself. And we know that 1 will represent your identity. That's when you're in your full self. You know who you are. You are confident within that. You are your whole self without the different variations. Now the coins, once it gets converted, it becomes dispersed or scattered. And then now you have different variations. So the coins will represent different what? Variations. We also had a 50-cent coin. You can get 2 50-cent coins equal to $1 too, right? Y'all didn't say that. But there's different variations that one can take, right? Now, according to who you are as that $1, Yah will represent that dollar. That's big Yah as a whole. That's why he always says, I will put these on the right hand, and then you have those on the what? Left hand. So sheep go on the right hand, and what go on the left? The goats. But in representation, spiritually, he's saying, that's why he said, give unto what? Caesar. And he said, but give me first what? The money, the coin. He asked, they said, well, give him the coin. They said, now, give me a coin. Because they asked him, should we pay taxes? That was the word. Should we pay taxes to Caesar? He said, well, give me a coin. He said, now, who face on this coin? Right? Who faces it? Do you see? But they said, well, we see Caesar face on the coin. He said, well, then give unto Caesar what belongs unto Caesar, meaning that's one of his children. That belongs to him. So only thing they taxing you for is very things that do belong unto them anyway. And that's the taxation. Right? Taxation represents labor or work. You know, whenever you got a field or increase, you get taxed on it. And they say, well, you made 100, you got to give us 70% of what that 100 you just made, or 30%, 20, 10, whatever the amount that they have required according to that state or whatnot. So when you are converted, the thing about being converted is that anytime one of those coins gets lost, right? Then what happens to that $1? It's not whole anymore. Exactly. It is now not whole. Now it needs a Snicker, right? At this point, it's not itself. It has lost. That's why he said, if y'all had 99 ships, why I think he uses the number 99? Because he know it equivalates, and he said, and loses 1. Because that 1 would equal, if you had 99 plus 1, it equals what? A whole. That's what he said. Who will have 99 and lose 1 would not go find that 1, right? And restore it so that it could be what? Whole again. That's what he was saying. Because he knows in order for you to truly be whole, you have to be at 100%. Like in the video games, right? They give you 100%. Why is it always 100% meter and no nothing else? Because they know number 100 represents whole. It's your whole healthy self, right? And anytime you take any 1% anything from it, it's not no longer 100%, meaning it's no longer whole. It's not itself. It has lost its identity in some form, shape, or fashion, depending on how much was taken from it, whether it be 1%, 5 cent, 20 cent, 25 cent. Any one of those numbers represents something that has been taken from it. It's no longer where at its true self, okay? And that's the reason why those coins have different shapes and sizes and colors to represent. Now, what those represent, those coins will represent the other nations of people. They will represent the other nations of people. Because it literally takes that many of them to equal into one of who? You. See, the pennies will be like the Africans. It will take 100 Africans to put the work of one you. You get me? Or it would, that's what he was talking about, the conversion. But if you lose one, right, you'll never get that same result. And then you can go from the Asians, what you want to call those. Then you got the Indians who represent the nickels, right? You wonder why they got nickels and Buffalo Indians on the nickels and stuff. Yeah, because they're talking about that's how many nickels. You say how many for $1? It takes 20 Indians to be one Hebrew, right? That's why it's the conversions. Dimes would probably be the Edom. I don't know which one, but it takes 10 of them to equal to one of you, right? At any given time. So that's what the dispersion means. It's meant to be dispersed. Dispersed means when you go into what they consider captivity. So the process is actually what? Captivity. That dollar has been broken down to what? Change. And it's funny how they use the word what? Change. Because it's a conversion to turn you that was whole into what? What has changed. You have changed. Because it used to be that green dollar. Now we look at you and you look like a whole quarter. Come around the corner.
Nice.
You definitely lesser version of yourself. Come around the corner looking like a penny, or come around the corner looking like a nickel or a dime, right? But even in your best light, you ain't yourself, because that's just one of their versions of you, and they know it's a lesser version because it's not you. But if you fall for it, right, then that will be you. So represented when we went into captivity. Anytime you go into captivity, you are being what they consider converted or set up for what? Change. Meaning people will change you. It is a program to conform and confound you. That's why we have that called money system, because we all know Yah had called you the money. Without the dollar, trust me, the money was you. Who you think they sold first? Did they sell dollars first, or did they sell Hebrews first? Hebrews was sold first before it created the American dollar. You was what was sold. You were the commodity. Right? And every household will represent that dollar. And what did they do to that dollar? Take you in your house and sent you away into what? Captivity, and spread you thin right across the board. Some of your children went here, some of your children went over there, some of your children went over there. You went here, your wife or husband went over there, and everyone was broken up, right? And scattered, representing that conversion of change. Each one came back looking like one of those coins, right? And that's why Yahusha say, now give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, but give unto Yah what belongs to Yah. Now, these are the ones that belong unto Yah are those that know themselves. They know clearly who they are. These can no longer be converted, as they would say. These are the ones that can no longer be changed, as you can say. They would call these ones that you would, the word they would use concerning you would be, they would call you a tabernacle. When you have tabernacle, that means you have solidified in the oven of affliction. Right? And when I use the word oven, because the oven represents your circumstances that surround you. We know the oven is always on, and it probably could be at full blast. But throughout your environment of being in the oven, how much did it change you? Right? And how much did it take away from you? Now, the conversion in itself was supposed to make the truth. It's called, the conversion is also called captivity. Captivity is also called government. Government is also called exactly where you at. These are the conversions. How do you know they make conversions out of you? Because they send you through what they call institutions. Institutions are nothing more but learning grounds and breeding grounds for daycare systems to teach you and to shape you and mold you into a certain person. But Yah has instituted them in order for that they were supposed to be for your good. But anytime it becomes for your bad, then Yah no longer keeps that system in play. It's another word for the government is called system. Still always a system of conversion. Right? Now, everything you go through was supposed to actually, the truth was supposed to represent that identity, to bring that identity back unto you. That's the only reason why Yah implemented it in the first place. But there are some who try to take advantage of that system to create a complete change altogether. These are those who've been left in the oven too long. They begin to get scorched and burned. And they begin to become something different altogether. That is when you have been left in someone's system well too well. And they will call you at that point institutionalized. You've been left too long there, to the point you think that is you. It was never supposed to become you. It was just supposed to bring out the best of you. That's why they always want to put you in these programs they swear were supposed to bring you back to your best self. For some of these systems, they have created that doesn't necessarily do that, but end up turning you into somebody completely of who you're not. And those are the systems you have to be aware of. Those conversions. Because those conversions are considered as devils. Right? So we definitely don't want to get caught in those conversions, because what ends up happening is these governments are set up. Another word for them are administrations, right? Faculties. Government is nothing more but an administration of faculty, of people who are higher, I would say the higher ups. So these are the ones who make the decisions for your life. Another word for them, you kind of maybe have figured it out by now. But another word for these representatives, these magistrates, will be considered as heaven. That is another word, a form for them. And these who believe that they are in heaven consider themselves to be gods over you. So another word for government is heaven too. I know you might not have known that, but it is true. Because they figure like those that are in heaven make the choices for those who live on earth. Because they think that they're gods and angels, right? They feel like they are there to make those decisions. Right? But that's where you get the very spiritual word that comes out, called liars. Liars. Because you do have those who are not appointed those positions. Because those positions come from Yah. Heaven and earth is two different places. But it's not. It just represents a state of mind of to be a higher-minded person or you're of a lesser-minded person. So that means either you're the one making the rules or you're the one that's under the what? The rules. Heaven, earth. Heaven make the rules. Those on earth abide under it. Okay? Now, when you're in heaven, that will give you the title as judge. That's why in a government, which they call heaven, you notice they have judges. In their government, in their heaven, they have officers. Military, legislative, Congress, presidents, governors. Those will represent all the head figures of heaven. The ones who make all the decisions for what we shall do and be uniformly across the board. Now, these same positions and titles is what you call the administration. Counselors, principals. You have all these teachers, all of them in those groups. They all categorized as heaven. Let me let you understand that. Those titles. Now, on earth, once you come out of that realm, their word comes down and is given to the people who must apply those things to the earth. Well, that's where you will begin to get what you call your servants. That's the lower level. Servants represent anything from officers, ministers, preachers, prophets. See, these are the ones who administer what was just what? Spoken from where? To make sure that it's kept where? On earth. To implement those things. Right? So these are just the lesser level from those that are in heaven, which would be the magistrates. These are the higher ups that make the decision, and then the ones, the officers and things like that, have to carry it out street by street, right? Riding down every street. And what they say when they get out the car, we are here to what? Uphold what? The law. See, the law of what was already spoken. We're here to make sure that that word is being kept amongst all the people of the earth. Right? And so that's where you get the system of representing heaven and earth. Right? Now, according to that, spiritually, there are those that truly are servants. That's why they call us servants of Yah. Now, they have just twisted that system and turned that administration into their own administration. But it's not the administration of Yah. Because it's two different versions. Right? Now, they're there to make sure that everyone is truly converted properly, right? But it's not the same administration as Yah's administration of making sure that everyone is converted properly. That's why you get caught up in what they call the system, right? Or the game of being converted. And so when Yah converts, the goal of Yah is to turn you back into your former what? So that's the goal of Yah. That's the end purpose. Because you coming back into your original selves is where you get your blessings and rewards. But when you're dealing with the earthly version, their conversions does not bring any reward, does it? How do you know? Because ward represents where you once was before. That's the ward. Ward represents the house in itself. That's the ward. Your house. Head of what? Household. That's the ward. Now, if you do wrong, they are there, the government, see, the whole system is there to take it away from you. If they find that you didn't uphold your position or office as ward, then as a warden, right? You don't do right, you lose your title, you lose your office, you lose your job, right? But that is true. But the only difference is when Yah does it, it's for you to what?
Go back to your original.
Go back to your original self. So that means it's for you to repent. Now, the minute you repent, what happens? According to Yah. You're back whole because then Yah begins to reward you for doing the right thing. That is the difference. And then he said, Yah will have mercy on you and restore you.
So like Yah is like trying to turn those coins back into a dollar.
Exactly.
And they trying to turn the dollar into coins.
Exactly. One system is set up to turn those coins back into a dollar. And there are others, though, that's trying to turn them dollars into what? Coins. That's two different administrations going. So now you understand that they have two different governments according to Yah's government and their government, which is represented as heaven and earth. Government in the terms is represented as heaven. Earth represents all the people and all the public that is amongst it, that are in chains. The public will represent the people. The people will be called minorities. These are the ones that are held in chains because they haven't changed. They have remained the same. Meaning, there's no progress. So long as there's no progress, you are still considered a minority. Meaning those that are held by the majors, which are magistrates. They are the majors and you are the what? The minors. Even in baseball, you can go to the major league or you can play in the what? But everyone knows it's better to be in the what? The major leagues, because that's where you get the more money than playing in the minor leagues, right? The same level of, let's say, basketball, right? Same level that you can play for school ball, right? But you don't make no money. You can play college ball. It's another step up. Now you're on camera, but you don't really get no money until you go what? Pro. Because now you win what they call the major leagues. These are the ones that really make the shots and call the shots. So you definitely wanted to get there, right? Everyone wants to get there because they know that's where they get the payday, meaning the reward, right? But their job, like you said, is to turn those dollars into what? Coins. So with them, the lie in it is that if you do what we say, you're supposed to get a reward, right? The only catch is with the devil is after you do what they say, will you get rewarded?
No.
It doesn't make you return. Reward just means to what? Return. Reward, meaning go back to your house. Return home. Prodigal son. It always meant to repent and turn back and what? Go back the right way, you know which way you were supposed to what? To go. And to become. Reward. Ward always represents an office, a household, which that you actually sat on that household, right? But when you sinned, they took away your what? Your house. Exactly. And you was kicked out into the what? The streets. And when you hit the streets, you became what? Public what?
Property.
Public property. Because everybody see homeless people on the street, how do they treat them? Exactly. Public property. That's why you see Mexicans all at Home Depot. Public what? Public property. That means, yeah, I will fix your window for cheap, very cheap. Public property. You become public, meaning everybody can use and abuse you for less than nothing. And everyone can take advantage of your services and your expertise for less than what? Nothing. How they used to always tell me, they giving us peanuts for what we don't. Yeah. Public what? Public property. We ain't got to spend much to pay you for these services. So whenever you lose your house, you lost that. That's why they always used to say, know your what?
Worth.
Your worth. That you were that dollar. Therefore, you don't need to lower your standards or self for a lesser payment. Right? So that, and because that is what they call being spoiled. You You've been spoiled. Spoiled means taken advantage of. Exploited now. Because once you become public property, that's exactly what's going to happen to you, right? There's many jobs that represent public property. For instance, for a woman, public property would be any occupation that would be like if you was to get on the pole. You will be considered what? Because everybody see, right? Everybody would know you. It's public property. When you never was supposed to have been what? Right? That's where you get the word H-O-E from. Or W-H-O-R-E. Those represent public property. Right? Because the word in itself means to be used frequently. Look it up. It's a garden tool. They call it a hoe. And it's used frequently to water the grass. Anybody need some water? That's what it meant. So anyone in need publicly, right, could use and get some and get their cups filled as much as they would like. For little bits of what? Nothing. Okay? Volunteer services, it's the same thing. Because, right? Or what they call, if you were young, they would try to get you to become a, what's that word, the I word? Intern. Intern is the same thing. Work for free. And they would get much services out of you for nothing. They love those words. They love you want to be intern? Sure. Sign you up. I'm going to need this. I'm going to need that. I'm going to need, yeah. And you get nothing. And they will use you heavily. Right? So you don't want to become that because that's spoiled blood. It's a spoiled, meaning it's a spoiled conversation. That conversation leads to spoiledness. Right? When you go to the restroom, think of it like this. You drink a lot of water, you go to the restroom, you do the number one, right? And you pee. Whenever you give out water, that represents life. Because everyone knows water has the components of what in it? Life. Right? Everyone that's living has what in it? Life. Everyone has water in it that has life. Everything that has water in it has life in it. Because it's called the waters of life. Right? But I would say out of your belly will flow rivers of living water. I mean, you will begin to speak living water. I mean, you begin to speak a conversation that people hear, and if they do it and digest it, they will live. But then there's another thing. Because sometimes, if you ever go to the restroom and you begin to use the restroom and then you begin to see blood, we know, something wrong. Right? See, that's what he was meaning. Now, some give a conversation of what out their mouth. And then there's others who give a conversation of what? Blood. Why blood? Well, because you can't do nothing with blood once it comes out. It's dead. So now they're giving you a conversation that does not necessarily heal you or that you can return in, but it's a conversation that will do your way altogether. Now, that's the ministry of what they're trying to break you into. A ministry of a dead conversation that doesn't just convert you to the very lowest sense of you to the point you no longer are you anymore at all. Right? Okay. Go to Wisdom of Solomon 10 and 14. Wisdom of Solomon 10. Let's start at 10:10. Wisdom of Solomon 10. Are you there? It says, so when the righteous fled from his brother's wrath, she guided him in right paths, showed him the kingdom of Yah, and gave him knowledge of holy things, and made him rich in his travels or travails, and multiplied the fruit of his labors. So the word, I know you probably didn't catch that, but you see how the word travels and travail is actually the same word? Did y'all see that? It's the same word, but it's used in two definitions. Did y'all know that? To travel means to what?
To move from one place to the next.
But it also means to travail. Would also mean to what?
Travel.
Mm-mm. Whenever you travail, it is to go through a circumstance. So travel and travail is the same thing. So you're traveling, like you're right, you're going from one place to another, but it's always within that one place to another. Within it all, it's really considered an adventure. So to travail would mean to go through what? An adventure. That's what travel means too. Travel and travail is the same word. It's to go through an adventure. Right? Even though we know it's to be turned from one place to a next, point A to point B, but everything between is going to be an adventure. Because the whole goal is if you're going to make it there or not. Right? So travail and travel is the same thing, right? Because there's no guarantee you're going to make it there based on the adventure of getting from point A to what? Right? Because anything along the way can go wrong, right? Tire can catch flat, boat can spring a leak, robbers could come, traffic jams, airplane crashing, all the things just trying to travel. So that's the thing about travel. We look at it as just, oh, it's just travel. Nah, travel takes a lot because you can get on a school bus and you never know what might transpire. So each one of those events of traveling is really called a travail. Same way a woman has a baby, she don't know what type of baby might come out of it through all of her travails. Right? Like, I hope the baby come out healthy, bouncing, right? I mean, I hope the end of all I'm going through would render to me the results I'm really what? Laboring for. So travel and travail is the same thing. Right? Okay? So it made him rich in all his travels or travail, meaning everywhere he went, and multiply the fruits of his labor. See, that what it means? So labors and travail is the same thing. It's labors. Because it takes a labor to get up and crank up that car or whatever to go somewhere because it's a pain. It's not easy. You can tire, anything could happen, right? So in the covetousness of such as oppressed him, she stood by him, talking about wisdom, and made him rich. She defended him from his enemies and kept him safe from all those that lay in wait. And in sore conflict, she gave him the victory. See, in every event, she gave him the victory. That he might know that goodness is stronger than all. That he might understand mercy. Now, the she is wisdom. The he is little Jacob as he was growing up. Okay? Now she goes into number 13, which is now she's going to give you Joseph. Okay? Joseph, what he went through in life. You know, Joseph is one of the 12 sons of who? Jacob. Right? So Joseph was the one that was sold into Egyptian captivity. Remember him? By his brothers. Okay, let's read. So when the righteous was sold, right? Wisdom, she forsook him not. Meaning she didn't what? Leave him in Egypt to what? To get wiped out, right? And to be converted, right? To turn into an Egyptian, come back, yes, my name is, no, none of that. My name is Pharaoh. Right? That's what he said. She didn't leave him in that state to be converted into change, did she? She didn't leave him in that state. But delivered him from sin. Because the conversion, to be converted to somebody that you're not, is sin. It's the same thing as trespassing. Right? You violate that person when you step upon their land and you try to either take them away from their land or try to altogether change the landscape from its original form. And the Yah will call that what? Sin. Right? So she went down with him into the pit. What was the sin? That he was in captivity. And when he was in captivity in chains and bonds, it was many Egyptians that was trying to do what to Joseph? Change him, wasn't there? Think about it. He was down there and many people tried to do what to him? Change him. Had him in chains. Right? But did he hold his own?
Yeah.
He did. Could have said what went down there with him? Wisdom. So one thing, he was never left alone because he had what? Wisdom. The Spirit. Listen. And left him not in bonds, 14, till she brought him the sceptre of the kingdom. Now the sceptre of the kingdom, meaning the throne of the what? Of the kingdom. She brought it to him. The sceptre will represent his occupation. So no matter that he was an Egyptian slave, one thing wisdom would not do, no matter where you are, this is where they get this term, is that a leopard can't change his what? His spots. No matter where you are in the world, if that who you truly are is always there. It's always there. That's that wisdom of not losing your true what? Identity. That's what he's saying. See, wisdom helps us keep our what? No matter where we are. That we don't lose ourselves in it. But delivered him the sceptre or the occupation of his what? Kingdom. Because then again, he began to shine through and through who he was. No matter how much he tried to even deny himself and say, when they used to ask him, Joseph, are you one of those Hebrew boys? He used to say what? To protect his identity, what would he say? Nah. You say, you sure that ain't you? Nah, that ain't me. Nah. I bet, but you sure look like one of them. But nah, that ain't me. I'm an Egyptian through and through. Right? But even the Egyptians didn't believe it. Like, nah, he ain't no Egyptian. He look a little bit, he look real ruddy. Right? And so, and power against those that what? Oppress them. See, that is that power. With identity comes what? The power. Because what he had to learn was that he was not the slave of them. But he represented, because he became a king and a governor there. So that represented that he was the magistrate there. See, though they tried to turn him into a public servant, he would still prove that he was much more than that. To the point they had to appoint him his true position. Take him out of them chains. We can't hold him here like that. That's not who he is. I know we want to make him be that, but that's just what? Who he is. So he says, and that's that power. I explain power like this. Let me explain what power is, so that you will always understand what power is and what is true power. True power is like Yah. It's everywhere, and it's in all places at all times. And it don't have to change, because you powerless to change it. What I mean, listen, hear me. Power is this. Everyone can say they got power, but this is how you know when they don't have power. But then you can say, I got power in this house. I run things around here, from Normandy to Western. But all we would know, and we might be so, but can you take that same power and take it next door? Do you hear me?
No.
Because if you cannot take it from every environment, that's what Yah is. See, his power it's no matter where it goes. Yah still hold power there. You can't take it away from him. You go to the bottom of the ocean, Yah still control that. You go all the way in space, Yah still controls that. That's true what? Power. But if you can't take this power from here and take it over there and still hold that same office and power, then you don't have no what? Power. It's just of the truest sense, so that you understand what true power represents. So a lot of people think they have power, but they truly don't. I know it. Because I know Yah has power here. But just like I know Yah, I can take that same power and go to work or down the street. Right? It still exists. It's still there. And it didn't weaken itself. It didn't lose not a cent. Right? Still the same through and through. Throughout all my ages. Right? So Joseph was showing you no matter where he went, he still held what? That's how you know. So identity is what? Power. That's what Yah say, no matter where you go, you're going to see the power of Yah. Meaning his identity, his stamp and fingerprint is on what? Everything. Impression, they call it. And that's why people say once he hits them with his impression, what do people say? Look, he hit them with his impression and they say, I am impressed. I'm impressed. Meaning you pressed I leaned on you and you yielded. Yes, I'm impressed. I can't beat that with a stick. You got it. Based on his impression, resulted to you being what? Pressed. I'm impressed. Yes. So that's what Joseph represented. That's why it says even Joseph had power against those that had what? Oppressed him. How is it? And as for as them that had accused him, accused mean, this is the word you would get accost from, but you also would get the word persecute. Or in a line of questioning. Because of course he had to go through that. Accusing. They was accusing. Accusations is another word. To try to say that he wasn't who he was. You ain't that. That ain't who you is. That ain't what you really is. But they already know. That's who he is. 100% shadow of a doubt. That's power. Because of his what? Identity. Whether even he refused himself, y'all still know that's who you are. You can't change them spots. And so his accusers who tried to say that they were him and he was them, meaning they tried to say he was a minor, right? He's a minority. But he was only found to be what? A magistrate, a major. Though they tried to keep him in a what? A minor state, meaning a prisoner. No, you supposed to be down here with the other prisoners, with the other minorities, or the other captives who don't know who they are. Minorities represent people who don't know who what? Who they are. So they seek an identity. Who and where? Who can show me? Who can tell me? Where am I at? Where am I going? What is my... You hear it all the time. That's how I knew it, because people always come to me with these questions. The main question everybody has. How you know you're a minority? Because if you ever had this question in your head, then at that point you was a what? A minority. Raise your hand if you ever had this question of, who am I? Where I come from? And what is my purpose? If you ever had them questions, you are a minority. That means you have zero direction. And I can't give the keys to someone who does not have a sense of what? Directions. Who will give the keys to a car to a person who don't have a sense of what? Direction. And tell them to please lead us. Yah won't do it. Yah will not hand you the keys. That was the scepter of the kingdom meant. He handed Joseph the keys to the kingdom. Lead us. Because he the only one who had a sense of what? Direction. It was in him. But if you don't have that and never have known that, then that's why you represent a minority. And who gives a kid the keys to the kingdom? Who tell you to lead us when you just a kid? Who don't have a sense of what? Direction. You don't know where you're going. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know how to get here, how to go there. What am I supposed to do? What am I? A person like that is just considered as a child. And that's why the government treats you as a what? Exactly. One who has no sense of direction. But it all was rooted based on the loss of what? Identity. Because that was your first questions. I guarantee you, I don't care how young you was, your first question was, who am I? What am I? And they had to make sense of it to you, didn't they? When you were first born, the first question you said, what am I? Am I a girl? Am I a boy? Am I a cat? Am I a dog? Am I a pelican? Am I a frog? And how did you know which one you were? It's because you had to meet one. Huh? Yeah, you had to meet one, didn't you? And when they said, there go a frog right there hopping up. And you looked at that frog and and you looked at yourself. And you had to put that on the checklist. You had to scratch that one off. Okay, I'm not the frog. All right? There go a frog right there. And when you seen it hop in the form and shape it had, you knew right then and there, well, check that one off, scratch that one. That ain't me. I'm not one of those. Right? And that's the same thing according to your life. You had to represent things that really were those things. Those things were really represented the true identity, the true, the representation of what those things were. Why do you think that Adam had to go through that process? Why do you think y'all made him name all animals? For identity purposes, so that he can understand what he was and what he was not. So he had to meet all of those creatures came slithering about, whether they was hopping, whether they was flying, whether they was swimming. They all came to Adam. And that's why y'all said, your job, Adam, is going to be to name all these little creepy crawlers. Whatever come your way, give it a name. Meaning give it a domain name. Meaning give it what it is. And and where it belongs. So it gave each one of those things a what? By giving it a name, you gave it an address. And once you addressed it properly, you addressed it as its true name. A lot of us haven't been addressed as our true name yet. That is something the devil don't like to do. That's why Jacob asked him after he wrestled the angel, he said, now, what is your name? And what is my name? My proper address. Don't call me something I'm not. But truly tell me if you're here for my good. And the angel wanted to wrestle about that situation because he knew who Jacob truly was. Right? So, it takes the matter of going through all these things to understand what you're not. So, of course, you're going to meet all the animals of the earth. That's why you was put here. See, you met an Asian before, right? Okay, that's Asian. Met an African? Oh, okay, that's African. But you don't realize that in your mind, in your mental mind, you're doing a mental checkoff list. Not even knowing you're doing it, but you are. You say, I'm not one of those. Check that off. Okay, I see that one. Okay, they say they call this one African. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom. Where you going to the restroom? I gotta go. Because the first thing you're supposed to do is go in that mirror. And you're going to look, make sure, okay, yeah, I got this, that. Nah, that's not who I am. Then you'll come back. You know what I'm saying? Because you're like, that's not me. Scratch that off the list. That's not me. Because identity is very important. So every time you met somebody, that's why y'all put you in a situation called Babylon so that you can run across all the creepity crawlies that's coming your way. And y'all needed you to identify who what was. Who you were. Who you were. And not only did you get the identity of every person that comes with that, now you got to get that rib or that wife. He said he took from the rib of Adam. That represented, now something that was taken from a part of him represented his occupation. Now you also see, not only do you see the people come, but then you begin to see what offices everyone holds. Right? Because everyone, for some reason, has to have the name tag that put their name, but also, what is their job? What? Title. And so once you start seeing all these titles, and you have to ask yourself, now what does that person do? And what does that person do? Right? Because Heavenly Parents are trying to get you to understand that part too. Now what are you supposed to be doing? See, that rib part represents, that's the spots. See, that leopard can't change his what? Spots. So he knew, oh, okay. That look, and then when the leopard finally saw a little family of leopards, then he understood, oh, snap. I got spots like you. That means we are family. We are a tribe. And that's what and then they're going to embrace you. Okay, yeah, long lost leopard. Where have you been? Right? And he's reunited with his family. His land. And they be asking, where y'all come from? Well, we've been living over there for the longest. That's where we all be at. Like, where is that? Right? And just like you, when you finally represent and finally learn who you are, you're going to learn that not only who you are, then you begin to understand your title of, that's your name. That's your true address. Address, meaning your home. Ward, representing your reward, meaning go back what? Home. Then you begin to understand your homeland. Oh, I gotta be, because then you begin to understand your region and where you were from. And then you begin to understand the histories and stuff and say, okay, well, that's impossible for me to have been born in Alaska, or it's impossible for me to have been born in Antarctica. So where's my homeland? I know they got in Antarctica, I know they got polar bears, penguins, right? Nah, that ain't where I'm from. I can't even take cold, really. Right? You begin to understand those things. That ain't where I'm from. It's too cold. First of all, in my nature, if I was really from that, I would love that area. My natural body would gravitate what? To that area. If I'm really that. Like if you bring a penguin down to Texas, right? That penguin gonna be in Texas like, man, it's hot down here. I don't know how y'all doing it. You know what I'm saying? I need to be back where I'm accustomed to. For the sake of my life. Right? So he migrates back. Somehow finds his way back home. He even gets some sort of constellation prizes, like probably if he opened up someone's deep freezer and he feel that, he's like, okay, this is close. Right? Close to what I can remember. Right? But it's not truly it, though. But it's close. So that's what they love to try to give you. You know, a fictional bubble of a place and call that home. But you know it's truly ain't what? It's not truly home, because even the penguin gonna say it's just, it's nice, but it's still too confined to what I'm used to. They always try to create a habitat for these animals, right? Like in the zoos, right? And you can tell animals be like, I don't care how many fake trees they plant in here. It's still fake. I cannot eat these rubbery bananas. They're made of plastic. Right? Much as they try to make the environment, even try to draw little zebras and stuff on the wall for them to really think that zebra, they in the Arctic or in the jungle of Africa. And they just know they're not there. Trust me, they know. They look around, this is not Africa. No. Y'all see Madagascar, right? They just like, this is not it. I'm on a treadmill. We don't got treadmills in Africa. We know. We just really just run. And so you begin to understand not only your identity, but then you begin to understand your homeland, and then you begin to understand your office or your home, who you really are. And then once you understand those things, that's called the address. So this is when you begin to address a person with a surname. See, all of us have a surname. And here they teach it as Mr., Mrs., Miss. Because those are addressed to your true titles. Mr. Mr. is not the word Mr., it's actually with an A. Which would be what?
Mr.
No, when you put...
Master?
Exactly.
Master.
Exactly. A mister is one who has truly became a master of an occupation. And that's why you will call him no longer a mister, one who is learning, but you will call him master, or in other terms, mister. One who has mastered his occupation will be a mister. That is his true surname. Now you have given him a proper address. Because it's disrespect when you call somebody by their first name, right? You know how it is. Some people, like, for instance, children don't call me by my first name, right? But when y'all address me, you'll address me with the title, right, that comes with it. So in everything, it would be considered a disrespect not to, right? Because you have to give everyone their true, address. Address them properly. According to what they have mastered, right? So a mister necessarily is really called master. Look it up. The original word is master, not mister. They put the I in there, but it still signified the same thing. A mister is somebody that is truly established in his occupation. That's why you would call him mister. Okay? All right. So 14, as far as those that did accuse him then, she showed them to be what? Liars. That's the word we also needed to talk about. Liars. Because there are those who tried, when they call liars, it's actually the word is called from gaslighting. It is to try to swap, per se. That's why it's an accusation. The accusation has to come first before they can swap positions and say, you're not that. And then, okay, so that person leaves that situation confounded. Well, what am I? Right? I lost my identity. And when they run out the room losing their identity, then you're going to pick up everything they didn't dropped and left off and say, okay, now the spoils is not mine. I put it on. Wear the coat. That's me. But that was them. But because you to confuse them, that's what the accusation was for, was to accuse them of the certain title that Mr. or Master held and try to say, that ain't who you really is. That's why the angel wrestled with Jacob about that very thing. What they wrestled about was the name, the address. What shall we call you? And he couldn't do nothing but give him his true name. Jacob was really what? Israel. His true name. His heavenly name. That exists in heaven. When he said your names are written in the book of life, he had to give him his real name. Like, oh yeah, you really are one of those higher ups. You're not one of these lower class. Bad as they didn't. So that same thing happened to Joseph. They couldn't do nothing but give him his higher class name instead of trying to give him his what? Lower class. Because you got juniors, right? But then you have what? according to high school, you have seniors,
Senior.
right? Yes. But what is a senior though? It's the same thing.
Master.
It's a master. Exactly. It's the same thing as a misdemeanor, one who has graduated. So yes, that's why they call them seniors. Because it's a Mexican version of master. Señor. Meaning senior. You never noticed that, huh? Yes. The Mexican Latins will call it señor, which represents senior in English, which is still master, one who has matured and aged, which we will call senior citizen. Exactly. This is one who is definitely has mastered, right? People don't like to use the word master. Why? Because in order to give you that title, they would have to first humble what? Themselves. And that's why people don't like that. So they prefer to argue with you and accuse you of things in order to get you not to know and understand yourself. But that's the thing about power. No matter where you go, that power gonna show. Representing that conversation. No matter where you go, they're gonna have to respect who you are. Though they try not to, but it be spewing out your bones, right? Spewing out your pores. That's just who you are. Much as we try to change it, much as we try to manipulate it, much as we try to twist it and turn it and wrestle, that would mean the angel trying to wrestle with it. They only wrestle to the point it still doesn't profit them, because remember, Jacob only got stronger and stronger as the angel wrestled with him. So the angel never mastered him, but he ended up what? Mastering, the angel. Which was represented as angels represent from the higher class. So he even wrestled the angel. How you know? Let's go to it. Go to Genesis 32. Genesis 32. And start seven. Now at this point, when Jacob had left his family, Jacob had brought all of his family with him out to leave Laban, which was his father-in-law, right? The one he worked for how many years? 14 years. He had labored. He labored for 14 years to become what? One. He finally was whole. He had became whole. He had his wife, children. He had his livestock. He had his animals, his sheep. Everything. He left out of that thing. That's what the word rich came from. He left rich. Meaning having what? His own now what? Because not only did he labor for Laban, Laban had made a deal with him. He said, if you take care of my livestock, So he made a deal with Jacob. But Jacob said, okay, I will take care of your livestock. But he said, but give me one of these. And he says that I will take care of all the livestock, but I'm going to take this one and then I'm going to make that, of mine. He said, give me, I think it was the speckled ones. And the one that had spots on it, he would take. He said, anytime they had spots, those would be one for mine. And the ones that was regular colored would be for you. So as Jacob taking care of them, guess what happened? Yah blessed Jacob, and guess what? He ended up having more cows and animals that became out speckled. Way more than Laban, his stepfather, father-in-law, I mean. So Laban was already upset about that and confounded. Like, man, this boy had... So that meant Jacob had his own what? Own stock, his own identity. Because he separated the two. He said, okay, you got speckled animals and you have plain colored animals. Just give me the speckled ones. That make a clear separation. So when he took the speckled ones, if I'm correct, all of them even grew in population to the point he had a true identity when he left. Not only did he have wife, children, right, kids, servants, but he also had what? His own livestock that different from any livestock in the world, because all Jacob's would have what? Speckles. So everywhere he went, we would know if that came from Jacob and them. Oh yeah, because they got the speckles on. That came. We know where that came from. USDA, right? We know where that came from. Ain't no line to say where you got that from. He made it very clear. Give me all the speckled ones, right? The spotted ones. You know. Sometimes I look at them cows out there. We want to that one, but yes. So Yah had blessed him with his own identity. He was whole. So as he left, he took his whole family, everything he had earned for those 14 years, and Yah was giving him rest, right? So he was able to come out of those 14 years with everything he had. He didn't have to go back and work for nobody ever again, as according to this right here. This was going to be the end of him having to work for what? Anyone. So he went through the processes with Laban, his father-in-law. He went through his system. And he had gained his identity. So now when it was time for him to leave and had gathered all things that belonged to him, he had rest. Now, according to that rest, now everybody was at an uproar, right? Angels, Esau, his brother, everybody. Because they know now he was coming out blessed from his labors. So, of course, everyone going to get to acting up, right? So, as he, first of all, the stepfather ran down on him. The father-in-law tried to go back and get him to Yah, had to tell him, hey, get back. So he had to return because he was trying to bring him back under him for another additional, right? And he would have never made it out. See, but that's what I mean. This is what they call a cake unturned in the oven, right? When you baking something, you forget to take it out in time. So Yah had already taken him out. Like, Yah ain't trying to put you through the process of losing yourself. See, that's what the father-in-law wanted to do, bring him back. And it's funny how Yah used the word father in what? Law. See, only in law is he your father or teacher. But once Jacob became who he was, because Yah promised him that, it was time for him to go. Meaning that's all I wanted you to build him up into who he was. I don't want him to stay not a day or second what? Longer. In your system. Until the point he do forget himself. So Yah, time for him to come out. So the father-in-law had to be reprimanded by Yah. Leave him alone. And then on top of that, the father-in-law failed after he left. Because trust me, his animals had never come out to be like, they came out to be wimpy and unhealthy and everything. His father-in-law failed big time after Jacob left. And his livestock grew. Strong. Good stock. And so that's one case. So then, of course, Esau coming after him. So this is the point we get with Esau coming after his brother-in-law coming after him. His real brother. Esau didn't like it neither. What he heard about, though, he went over there and prospered, huh? So there we go. We're going to go down to verse 7. So this is after Jacob got word after leaving from father-in-law, trying to cross over, go back to his own land and stuff, that he heard that Esau didn't heard about it. After his 14 years, Esau and his brother, big brother, heard and already threatened and said, I was going to get you anyway. So Jacob was already kind of worried, like, man, here I got to deal with him now. I just finally got my stuff together, and then here we go, right? So 7 says, and Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed. And he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks, the herds, and the camels into 2 bands. So what did Jacob just do now? He split himself. He like, okay, I'm just made it. I got all my family, everybody here. Now, because of Esau, I have to what? no longer whole, spiritual. He had to divide himself. And that sucked. 8. And said, if Esau come to one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. So that's what he figured that, okay, if Esau come and kill at least one section of my family, at least the other half will be able to escape and get away while he tearing us down. Preoccupied with one half of us, at least the other half could escape. That's why Jacob felt like dividing them would be the best course. 9. And Jacob said, oh, Yah, my father Abraham. So he had to pray. See? Because he knew at that point, is this truly your will, Yah? That I just become whole? Is this your will that I now what? Become what? Divided. Because they all know divide and what? Conquer. He said, is it your will, Yah? That's what he wants to know now. Is it your will that you make me whole just to tear me down? Right? Is that the truth? Is that really what Yah desires to do to us? So he prayed. He said, of my father Abraham, of my father Isaac. Yah which said unto me, see, meaning, but he's finna tell Yah, this is what you said. Return unto thy what? Country, and to your what? Kindred, and I will deal well with thee. Well means to make what? Whole. Because when you well, you are healthy. You are at 100 what? %. He said, you said, if I do this, go through this, you was going to make me what? Whole. That's what he's saying. Make me whole. That's the promise. Return me to my country and to my brethren, right? And be well. Healthy again. One piece again. At peace. 10. I am not worthy of the least of all thy mercies, he's saying. So I'm not worthy for your mercy. He already understood it. You know, Jacob just being humble, right? I'm not worthy of mercy. I know. Everybody what? Messes up. So I know if you choose not to, then it is what it is, right? So I know I ain't worthy of mercy, because that's how we always got to understand. We ain't nobody worthy of it. Don't get it twisted. Ain't nothing we did to deserve anybody's mercy. But we always pray because Yah is your word, that your word don't come back what? Void, that you keep mercy unto us. Don't let us just be scattered like that, divided and scattered like that. Right? And of all the truth which thou hast showed unto thy servant, see, servant, because he knew at that point he was a what? Servant. And that what class? Is it the majors or minors? Minors. Servants are in the minor class. You're right. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become what? 2 bands. So whatever he's saying, now I just got whole. Now I just been what? Divided into 2 bands. You didn't separate your, So deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me and my mother with the children. Right? And thou said, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there the same night, and took on that which came to his hand, a present for Esau his brother. So basically at this point he said, well, let me just get a gift together for him. Let me get something maybe that'll, kind of soften the blow. So of course he did that, and they showed you the animals and stuff that he got. So that, look, 14 shows you how much stuff that he came out of Laban, his father-in-law, with. Look, some of the stuff. And it's just the gift he given to Esau. 200 female goats. 200. That's a gift. So telling you how much more he had what? Left over. Think of it. He's able to make this just a gift. So this is what it means. He came back whole. This is what it's meaning. He gave 20 what? Male goats. 200 ewes, 20 rams, 30 camels, and their coats, meaning and their children, 40 kin, 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys, and 10 of her children, and delivered them into the hand of his servant, just to give to Esau for a gift. See how he left out of that land blessed. That's what it mean. I just got made whole. Mean I finally am living my best life now. You know what I'm talking about? Now it's time for me to enjoy the fruits of his what? Labor. He don't have to work for nobody no more. With all this, he ain't got to work for nobody no more. But he know the devil is trying to what? Ruin that for him. Right? So he delivered them into the hands of his servant and drove them by themselves and say, go take this over there to him. Pass over before me and put a little space between us and give that to Esau when he come. Right? And he commanded that, 17, that whenever Esau meet, that he would ask, why you giving me all this? And he said, because your brother just want to bless you. It's just a present from Jacob to you. Right? And that's what 18 says. And that he is behind us, but he told us to go ahead of him to bring this to you. All right? And he says, moreover, that the servant is behind us, for he says, this is verse 20, I will appease him with the present that go before me, and afterwards I will see his face, pre-adventure, meaning perchance he will accept what? Me. That he won't what? Kill me. So went the presents over before him, and he himself, Jacob, talking about lords that night in the company. 21. 22 says, and he rose up that night, took his 2 wives and his 2 women servants and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them and sent them over the brook, and he sent them over everything that he what? Had. So that was everything he had. So, and it says it. How you know? Because 24 says, and Jacob was what? Left alone. Because he didn't sent over all his fruit of his labor, everything, his wives, children, animals. Yeah, he didn't let that go over that river. And he himself was alone. Already separating everybody into like two little factions. And he trying to hope, and pray that he didn't do it all for what? Nothing. Because that would have been 14 years just gone. For nothing. To get it all taken. Right? So 24 says, so Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man. See, there you go. They always say that was an angel that he wrestled with him until the breaking of the day. Right? Now, what is they wrestling with him in? What is that man? That man will represent that mister, right? That master. So what is he trying to say? He accusing him of something, right? But does Jacob have any sin on him at this point?
No.
He did everything according what? To the rules. See, that's the thing about this race. Spiritually, you have to do it all and participate according to the rules. So though they was trying to accuse him of this and accuse him of that, that's what the wrestling is. Remember, that's the persecution. Though they know who he is, they still trying to wrestle him to keep him in what? Captivity. In bondage, even longer. That's why he wanted to wrestle with him and accuse him of things to try to say, nah, this shouldn't be your resting place. This shouldn't be a time where you should be free. Now, you done did something. So now you understand what sin is. People are always trying to keep us, the word in money is called debt. And you notice that's how this government works, doesn't it? It's always trying to keep us in what? Debt. Because debt keeps you in what? Sin. Sin is debt. And once you are indebted or owe somebody a favor, you must what? You are now their what? Slave. Until you finish paying the debt. So he was wrestling to try to see if Jacob had any debt. Did he owe anybody? Has he offended anybody? Did he transgress anybody? Based on everything he had. The question is, did you steal that? Did you take this? Who you got that from? Who you messed over for this? Who you lied to? The wrestling was that Jacob never what? Did any of those things, right? But he inherited what? Through the rules. He said, what I did? I just labored for 14 what? Years. I did it right. I didn't lie. I didn't cheat. I didn't steal. I took no shortcuts. And I got no head starts. I did it according to the rules. And the angel that wanted to cast him down, meaning to take it all from him, found no way in which he could. That's what the wrestling meant. That he couldn't do nothing but just say, you know what? You are who you what? Who you are. You're not a thief. You're not a murderer. You're not a robber. See, these are titles we wanted to give you in order to put you in debt. So now you see the games that they like to play with us. They need you to go rob a bank so they can put you what? In debt. And debt means sin, which is prison. We need you to do something wrong that will create a what? A debt. That to send you back. This is what the devil, that's the ministry of the devil. That's what he say. He always goes about seeking whom he can what? Devour. Find a person that can send them back. It's like catching a fish and then throwing it what? Back. So they want the sin. That's why they come at you, approaching you for things. That's why the devil came at Job. Did he do anything wrong? Nah, but we just need him in debt. That way we can always have a foothold in his life. So that's why you still here many years when they should have been let you go. Because they're going to say, you can't get the keys to a minor. And it's funny. Because y'all have outgrown your baby clothes. Long time ago. But they still want to say, nah, I know, but they still look like a minor to me, like people don't know what they're doing. People that need supervision. No, we still need to be over them. We got to teach them something else. And it's like, what more can you what? How come you want Jacob to do another 7 years? What do he need to do? So you understand then, it's because they don't want to transfer it over to you as a master and give you the keys to what belongs to you, the keys to the house. Because they know then it sends them, the father-in-law, to the what house? To the poorhouse.
Exactly right.
That's why they don't. They got to keep coming up with excuses to be over you in order for you not to take your true and right position, which is over them. Because the only one that don't know where they're going, the only one that doesn't have a sense of direction is not Joseph. It wasn't Jacob, but who? It wasn't Noah. But the ones who didn't have a sense of direction was those that was caught up in the flood. So those who represented the children of minorities. Children that don't know where they're going. Children that needs to be bound. Children that have to be taught identity. Because if you're a transgressor of identity, then you don't know what? Identity. So you are the one that needs to be what? Taught. Why you think they always try to show, like on coins, they have, if you look at all the coins, all the presidents that's on the coins are facing one way. And then you look at the penny with Abraham Lincoln, and he's facing the opposite direction. And people used to wonder, why is it like that? Why all the other coins are facing this way, and then his face is facing that way? It was talking about sense of what?
Identity.
And direction. They selling you that they said they all want to go this way. But he wants to go what? that way. And what direction, if you ever learned the history of Abraham Lincoln, what direction did he want to go in? Well, it was the very thing that he wanted to do, with which they killed him. He wanted to restore black people. That was his sense of what? Direction. He said, if we do this, we will prosper. We will be well. The other presidents say, no, we're going to go in the what? Opposite direction of that. We ain't going to bless them, but we're going to find more ways to keep them in what? In bondage. Let's just do it that way for us. And we'll stay, and it'll go well for us. We will be empowered as long as we can stay over them. But the only way to stay over them is to continue to find sin on them. That's why he called these people the children of the devil, because that is the mentality the devil has. He needs you in captivity. Got to keep you in it. Captivity represents sin. So he has to find in debt. So he has to keep you in debt 24/7. To keep you indebted to Caesar. That's why it's called taxation. And that as long as you owe Caesar, you will always be a public what? Servant. Because you owe. Right? So, 24 now. Says, and Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. Now, the breaking of the day, what time is it in the daytime at that point? Anybody know what time that would be if it's called the breaking of the day?
12.
Hmm?
The breaking of the day?
What time is the breaking of the day?
6 o'clock in the morning.
It'll be morning.
5:30 or 6.
Mm-hmm. But it didn't say the breaking of the morning. But the breaking of the what? Because what time is the breaking of the day? That's noon. Noon. Because that is the point of the highest light. Representing the highest authority. Of most clarity. Meaning to reveal identity. So at this point, identity was about to be revealed. He wanted to wrestle with him in the dark. See, that's behind the tarp of it all. Like we talk about Statue of Liberty wearing the little toga tarp covered up so you don't know what's going on. That represents darkness. So when he was in the dark, he tried to wrestle with him or accuse him out of his identity during that period. That's what the angel is doing. Until he sees that now it's going to be revealed who we both are, because now what's going to be taken away? The darkness we fear that moment. Oh snap, the darkness is going to be taken away. And I have not convinced, the wrestling was, I had not convinced you yet to be what? Converted. I haven't converted you. I haven't turned you into coins. I haven't dispersed you. I ain't made you lose it all yet. You still right here. Whole. 25. And so when the angel saw that he prevailed not against him, meaning he didn't convert him, turn him into change by now. He didn't change him. See, the devil, they said he has a short time to try to what? Now you get what the short time is. To change you, to convert you. Because soon Yah is going to reveal and take off the curtain of identity. So he needs you to take a lesser version of yourself, meaning he needs you to volunteer to become that lesser version. That's why they try to offer you lesser jobs. Here, but do that, be that, become this, do that, take this route. And you're like, okay, I hear you, but none of those things represent me. That may be good for you, but it's not good what? For me. Is that truly who I am? See, these are the things why Jacob wrestling with him. He's like, that's probably in his head. You can see him just now, just thinking as he wrestling with this thing. Am I really going? Am I really this? Am I really that? This is who I am. And he's steady saying, are you this? Are you that? Are you this? Are you that? Are you a thief? Are you a robber? Are you a murderer? These are the questions everyone's asking you when they got you in their chains. Why you think they need you in their environments? Because he's afraid to go into whose environment? Jacob's environment. You see how he has, meaning the breaking of the day represented that he had no power. This same person has no power where? In the light. Exactly. But Jacob holding strong. Like, okay, I was this over there, and I'm still this now, and I'm going to be that when the light come on. And he's like, I can't do nothing with him because he's not what? Converting. So when they ever say, a person say, I can't do nothing with him, when they ask somebody else, this person right here trippy or crazy. I mean, I can't do nothing with him. It means they saying, I can't what? Convert them or teach them anything new. Meaning, key. They already what?
Know their identity.
They already know. Ain't nothing I can't add nothing to it. I can't take nothing away from it now. They are who they are. Mm-hmm. Me trying to convert them and wrestle with them ain't gonna change them. That's what ain't nothing I can what? Throw both hands up and shrug their shoulders. Ain't nothing I can do with them. It is what it is. I tried. That person, that's who they is. Right? Can't teach an old dog what? New tricks. Exactly. So the angel knew that he was not going to prevail, and he also knew he held no strength in the daytime or in this present light. And so when he saw he prevailed not, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And like I told you, the wrestling was called identity. He was wrestling to steal his identity. How do you know? 26, and he said, let me go, for the day breaketh, in a place where he holds no what? No power. And he said, I will not let thee go except thou what? Bless me mean to finally address what? Address me. Address represents, it's in the word. Cut that off and do what? Dress. Put on what my true clothes. My true suit and tie. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever it is that I am. You need to address me as such. That means to dress. A represent aforetime, in the beginning. So address meaning who you really what? Who you really are. So that's why they say you need to what? Address me properly. Don't give me that junior. Give me a little one. Don't hand me that little girl, little bro. No, that ain't my proper what? Address. Address me with my proper name. That's what he was saying when he said to bless me. Until you address me properly. Meaning, give me back my what? Identity. And so 27, how you know that's exactly what it was? He said, so what is thy name? See? And he said, Jacob. He said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob. Why? Because Jacob was his what name? According to heaven, he was his minority name. Under them, yes. He says, but now your name will be what? He said, for as a prince. So that now takes him out of, he's saying he's no longer a servant, but a what? A prince. Prince is of the what? Is it the earthly or the what? Heavenly. It's a heavenly name because these are those that are in the house. See, the ones that's outside of the lower planes are the servants because they're working in the fields. That's why they call you public property. But those that are in the house, meaning they have their ward or reward, come back into the what? House that you belong to. That's heaven. Come back to your true title, your true office. Right? Right? Because remember, all that time, Jacob, before that moment, what was Jacob doing? This is how you know. Before this moment right here, what was Jacob? We just said what he was. A minority. He was, because he was serving who? His father-in-law for 17 years. He was serving Esau. Remember, he had to get Esau before. He was always a servant of public property. Right. But now, with this title, he says you're no longer that. You're no longer public what? You serve Yah. That's what it means. You now have your true title. Israel means now you are a servant of who? Yah. You're no longer servant. Now we said, for as a prince has thy power with who? With Yah. Power with Yah. Power represents address. I told you, identity. You are known by who? Yah. You have identity with Yah. That's what it means, power. Meaning you can be in heaven or on earth, but you still will be recognized as that, no matter where you go. That's what he said. You have power with Yah. You have identity with Yah. Yah knows you. That's why he said for some others, he would tell them, what, for I what? I never knew you, meaning no identity. But Jacob, he says, Jacob now has that with Yah. And in his identity, he's not a what? First and foremost, he's not a minority. And he will no longer be that for the remainder. Right? And with men. Because now, I told you, no matter where he went, was Jacob ever anybody's servant? That was it. See, those days were over. And has what? Prevailed. That means he labored. Prevailed goes from that other word, which was what we talked about earlier. Travail. There you go again. So to travail is to what? Prevail against that what? Travail. You traveled. Now you have what? Prevail, meaning you have gained the victory over that what? Travel. You gained the mastery of it. You prevailed. I mean, you made it. You have excelled. You have become what? A master of it. That's what he was telling them. How do you know? So you said, well, okay. Well, go to Hosea 12, 2-6. Look at this. So now it says, the Lord has a controversy with Judah and will punish Jacob according to his ways. According to his doings will he recompense him. Why? Because Yah is angry with the way Jacob turned out. Because you see in that passage, what did he say about him? You supposed to have what? Prevailed. And that is the promise that is on Jacob's life. That no matter where he's going to what? Prevail. Meaning no matter where he travels. Meaning whatever land he ends up in, he's gonna prevail against all obstacles in that land. And it's still, no matter what, it's gonna be a hands down anonymous decision that this one is who they say they is. I mean, the promise on his life is imprinted that no matter where Jacob go, he's gonna get the what? The victory. No matter what you try to pull on him, he's gonna get the what? He's gonna master it. How do you know? 3. Because now it's revealing to you another time when he had to get the mastery. He says, 3, he took his brother by the heel in the womb. What happened in the womb? Who was his brother in the womb? Esau. What did they do in the womb? Wrestled again. And what did Esau was wrestling for? To come out first. First represent to be where? Heaven, earth. You get it now. He wanted to be the firstborn. That way he could be of a heavenly descent. First rights of firstborn. Meaning I tell you what to do. That's why he wrestled to become that. Because that meant if he had to wrestle to get it, then by nature, it wasn't his. it actually did belong to Jacob. So Jacob was always going to sit where? In that heavenly place. And Esau is going to have to come down to his true nature and place too. We all know the scriptures actually telling you that it is truly going to be Esau going to become captivity, meaning he's going to become the public servant after all said and done. And all the nations going to eat off of him for sure. He's going to, basically, you're going to swap places. So their government will crumble and you will be restored to that proper government. That's why I said the end of Esau and the beginning of what? Jacob. Talking about the government. They'll be telling you they're going to sit in heaven. When they say heavenly places, they're talking about government. That's why he says, what does he say? We're going to come back. Go to Ephesians 6 and 11.
Ephesians.
6 and 11. He says, put on the whole armor of Yah, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the what?
No.
Exactly. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against what?
Principalities.
See? Against powers, against rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in what?
High places.
Heavenly what? Places. He's telling you that there's bad people that has took the seat or offices of heavenly places that shouldn't what? Be there. And that is who you wrestling what? With. And wrestle means to do what? While they hold you in darkness, they're trying to wrestle with you for what?
To
Conform you so that they can steal your what? Identity. Exactly. They're wrestling with you for the conformity to hopefully that you will lose your mind. That's why they always trying to give out the false impression that you lost your what? That person lost their mind. They went crazy. They went mad. That ain't what that is. That is not what that is. But they need that to solidify them trying to take all your stuff. Only way they can pull it off, they got to say you lost yourself. So because you lost yourself, like, perfect example is Wendy Williams. This is how, so you say they just doing guys like this? That's a perfect example. No. They'll try to play you crazy. You lost your mind. See, they wait till you build it all up and then swear, I don't know what happened to them. Look at them. See, y'all understand why we got to take it from them? We have to control what they got because they done took her from one place and made her now what? A minority. Saying that she lost her what? Her mind, her way. So now she has to be baby spoon fed now again. So that justifies them taking seizing control of all of her accounts. And throwing her away into some mental hospital or somewhere far away that she will never can ever reach again and touch any of her stuff. Ever again. And trust me, she will never touch it what? Ever again. Because they will swear every time she look like she about to get well, they're going to pop her another pill. Put her back to sleep. Put her back to sleep. Put her. So she will never gain that one success she ever had. Nowhere near it, nowhere close to it. You can't go from in your right state of mind to crazy overnight. So that means somebody lied. See, they hand her the drugs, hand her the stuff to make her lose her what? her mind, and then they're going to keep her in that state. That's called the ministries of death. See, and the administration. Administration means there's more than one involved. So you either going to be of the administration of spirit and life, or you of the administration of death and darkness. That's what he's telling you. Darkness and death, meaning you are the one going around tearing people what? Down. You an officer. You on the prowl to find anybody who ain't doing right. And your job is to what? When you find somebody, tear them what? Down. Tear them down. Take it all from them. That is actually an officer of death. That's not a servant of Yah. Don't get it twisted. Servants of Yah don't operate like that. That's why he said you are children and servants of who? Yeah. The devil. Those types of servants of who? Meaning officers of who? The devil. Whistleblowers, but only thing they're doing is coming around finding people who are set up good and doing what? Tearing them what? Tearing them down. Trying to play the card of they lost their mind. Lost their mind meaning you need to be in a minority state. You need to be supervised. You got to be watched. We need to take everything you have and we need to distribute it to you because you don't no longer know how to take care of yourself or what direction you're going in. You need my leadership. You need my guidance. You need my school. You need my institution. You need my asylum. So that we can reprogram you to make you a better person, a more productive citizen. But if anything, it's a conversion to do what to you? Turn you. Because like I told you, once you go there, you don't come back. It's an abyss. Because you got too much already, and they not trying to let you come back and redeem yourself. That's what ministries and ministers of death are. Officers. They ain't trying to let you redeem yourself. And redeem yourself meaning you finna come back and what? Reward. Meaning come back and take back what was yours. They don't never want that. Because once they cast you down, they're going to say, good, we got them down, baby. Do what we going to do now? That means we can't never let their identity be known ever again, that they used to run this. We're gonna move in here. Identity gone, meaning now they're going to change the address. See, they go that word. And now the address ain't going to say Wendy Williams' house anymore. What is it going to say? All those who helped Wendy Williams' house. Community property, public property now. And all her name is going to be wiped out of all of it. They're going to sign over all her stuff to everybody. That's what called being spoiled. Spilt and what? That means everybody get access. Everyone get their little piece. Everybody get their little portion now off of yours. It's a sad thing that they do, but they do it every day. That's what they call it, the ministry of darkness. But that's what they do. That's what he said. That is what y'all wrestling against. People who fighting y'all for y'all identity. People that's fighting to not restore you. People that's fighting instead of come up with every, even when y'all say we want to just, at least let us have our education in school where we can teach black state history. No. Because that's part of identity. They need you to stay lost in the sauce. That's the only way they can stay over you is to make themselves governors and stuff over you, is to keep you not knowing who you are. Not knowing. Because knowing restores you. It's called the reward. Put them back in their right state of what? Mind. And give them back all things that belong to them. They don't want that. That's how you know the difference. Though everybody swear they there for your good, but how many truly want that? How many people truly want that for you? Now you're going to see the true divide. Right? He says, so therefore, put on the whole armor, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to what? To stand. Now, what he's telling you, stand and represent your what? Identity. Do everything you possibly do to stand in your identity and never lose your place. To lose your mind is just to lose your identity. You forgot who you were. But they're going to play that. They're going to try to play that card on you. That's what they're doing to people like God's and them. They're playing that card on them now. Oh, them people, they lost their mind. Them folks crazy. So we got to take their property now. That's the name of the ministries of death game. When I say administers, I'm talking about governments. That's how they have taken everything they have ever gotten, was through that means right there. Now let's go back to Hosea 12. See, letting you know identity is very important. Hosea 12 verse 2. So you see it? Let's go to 3. He took his brother by the heel in the womb. See, he wrestled with him in the dark for his identity. And by his strength, he had power with who? Yeah. You see? He had to wrestle an angel to get that power. Then he also had to wrestle what? His brother for his identity. Here he is right here. And he says, for he had power over what? That angel and prevailed. See, he talking about that story too. And he wept and made supplications unto him. He found him in Bethel, and there he spake with us. Meaning, when he said he wept, meaning, remember, because he says, who wept that day? Remember, he said that Jacob had to pray? So he's telling you how he had to pray. He had to what? Weep. He was weeping, praying like, Yah, please. You know he was, because he thought his family was going to be what? Taken from him. Because he know if he would have died that day right there, they would have took it all. Because his family would have been led what? In astray. Because he's the head of his what? So if they got him, he knew that his family was going to be what? Scattered. Jacob knew it. They was going to go into captivity and they was going to lose themselves. And they would never, our nation and race of people would have been gone if he would have died at that moment. But Yah prevailed even then for him. It's like, no, he said he had mercy and made supplications unto him. And he found him. And there he spake with us. Even the Lord of hosts. The Lord is his what? Memorial. Memorial means what? The Lord is your what? Only in Yahusha will you find what? What is a memorial? Anybody know what a memorial is? Exactly. It's your memory. Memorial is your what? So in Yah is your what? Memory. Only through Yahusha will you find your what? Memory. That's why he said, when Moses put on the veil, but he said, but only through Yahusha. That's why he said, I gave you Yahusha for that through him, you will be able to find what? He said the veil is taken away through who? Yahusha. And the day shines through him. Through him you find your what? Your lost what? Lost memory of who you are. Your identity comes back only through Yahusha. That's why it's very important for all of us to have him. That's why they try to give you that Jesus version, which was not him. Because through that version, you lost yourself. Right? Everybody through Jesus wanted to be white. But only through Yahusha did you begin to find out your true identity. And it was only until you met Yahusha. That's what he means. Yahusha takes away the what?
The veil.
The veil.
And that's so true.
That's how you know you found the right one. That way say, the Lord is his what? Memorial, meaning it's his memory. The Lord is his memory. He remembers everything through Yahusha. Therefore, turn thou unto God, Yah, keep mercy and what? And judgment, and wait on Yah what? Continually. That's why I tell people, don't just cut and run. Don't take no shortcuts. Because that's what he says right here. Turn to Yah, keep mercy and judgment. Judgment means to what? Restore. So always remember to have what on people? Mercy and what? Restoration meaning have mercy, meaning restore. Mercy is always meant to restore. When you see somebody struggling, don't keep pounding them. It's to have what on them? Let me let up. And to restore. Forgive them, come back. Whenever you forgive somebody, that is to let them back in, right? Because you probably kick somebody, get up out of here. But when you have forgiveness on, you say, okay, come on back. Right? That's what forgiveness is, right? It's to open the door back to, but it's not that this is the key. It was never to give somebody something that didn't belong to them. It was only to restore those who had something taken away from them. That's why he says, I'm only come to the lost sheep of Israel. I didn't come for people who want just to have some things. I come to those who have lost what? Some things. I come to help those who have lost some things. And he says, and wait on Yah what? Continually. Wait means to what? Continue what? Laboring with Yah. Don't free yourself. But Yah will what? That's what he's trying to tell you. Don't be silly and do it for yourself, because if you do it for yourself, right, that's not a true freedom or a true liberty. Because you still only freed yourself to, not a question you have to ask, once you did free yourself, who did you become? To what? That's the whole point. Because you still don't know who you are. You still don't know what are you doing, and you still don't know where you're going. So who are you leading about? And wherever he said, because the blind can't lead what? The blind. So you can't get over somebody and try to tell them where to go if you don't even know where you are what? Are going. So identity is very important. So that's why at that point, Yah kicked you back in. You don't know your identity. Get back with you. Get back into what? Captivity, in order for you to what? Keep going back through the process. Because he said those who Yah set free are free what? And they understand their work. They understand the reward. Okay? Now let's talk about this ministries of death. Go to 2 Corinthians 3. Now he's going to break down the difference between the two. The government you currently seeing is what you would call the ministries of death. Meaning because all they do is send officers out, spies they will call them, moles they will call them, going about house to house looking for reasons to what? To break them up, to tear them down, and take all their stuff. Uproot them, take their land from under them. That's all these people are doing. It's called the whole administration, meaning that is their whole government. That is how they form. That is how they have made a living. So he's going to break down the difference between either working for the devil, doing it that way, and that's how you think you're going to live good off of that, or doing it Yahusha's way, who he has given you the proper way you should do it. This is the difference. He's going to break it down. He says, so do we begin again to commend ourselves, or need we, as some others, epistles of commendations to you, or letters of commendations from you? Meaning, do we need accommodations? Mean approvals. Do we need letters of approval from anybody? Like, do we need Caesar's stamp on this to say we can or we can't teach what we teaching? Who saying that we ordained them to be this? He's saying that we don't need it. Because who ordained it? Yah. So do we need anybody to even vouch for this? We don't. We can care less. Because we know we speaking what? Truth. Watch this here. Go to Philip 3:20, then we're going to come back. Remember I told you hold power anywhere? Philippians 3:20. Philippians 3:20. We there?
Yeah.
What does it say? For our conversation is where? See, that's that power right there. Meaning we can go anywhere with this conversation, even in where? Heaven. It's known that we still holding what? Power and truth. So even there, we are well known. That's what he's saying. No matter where we go, the conversation is well what? Well known and well what? Received. See, we can talk this about restoring everywhere, and it's going to be received. See, you're going to talk that nonsense there, but hold no power over there. See, because that's the whole point. The devil has to masquerade as children of the light to pull it off. That's why I say ministries of death, because he said they transform themselves into angels of the light. They swear that Yah has ordained them to go land to land, house to house, people to people, and take from them. But Yah says that conversation ain't true. That's why you have to dress up as an angel before you can pull it off. Because if you came to me and told me you finna take my land, I would have told you to what? Get up out of here. You come knocking at my door, say you finna take my house, I'm gonna tell you what? Get up out of here. So first, they have to play the dress up. They gotta present themselves as what? Angels what? Of the light. You see, they gotta present themselves as officers of the law. Exactly. But nothing more but liars. Exactly. They have to present themselves as authority figures. But he says, Yah didn't give you that authority. No one has given you that authority. Who are you to go door to door, house to house, kicking people out of their land? And how? And is that good for anybody? So we know that you spoke it out of a selfish. Nobody gives nobody power to go stealing. See, that's why they had to play dress up. To make it seem believable. By the power of God invested in me. That's what they say, stuff like that. When ain't nobody told you nothing. Ain't nobody gave you no authority to go stealing. Can nobody call them thieves and what? Robbers. Because ain't nobody gave them no authority. They just called self-appointed. Nobody gave them no authority. Because the very act is condemned. The very act is condemned. So they have to play the goal. They have to play the game first. First they have to play dress up. They got to dress up as priests. They got to dress up as police. And they have to dress up as government officials and come knocking at your door and like, okay, we just come to do an inspection. Come out of my house, invade my privacy? For what? We just need to make sure everything's on the up and up around here. You know, we part of CPS or we part of some type of function or some type of organization that gives us the right to come in your house, but you know you can just slam that door, right? At any given time. Nigga, get up out of here. I done did it before. I remember when I was young one time, CPS tried to come to my door. Lady, you better get up out of my house. And she just got up and packed her suitcase and walked up out of there. Never heard nothing else from her. Hey, nigga, you better get out of my house. I say until the day you pay a bill in this house, baby, you ain't running nothing here. That lady got... walked about... You better get out of my house with that nonsense. That you coming here for to lay a law down in here in my house. Now I pay these bills here. Hey, get up out of here. So yeah, that's what I mean. That conversation, no matter where it's at, it's true. So that's the thing. That's why they can't beat it. He said they prevail because every time somebody try to come and condemn what we say, we always gonna be found telling the what? The truth. That's only gonna condemn what they are what? Saying. Because they can't beat what we saying. Because we saying you supposed to go out restoring people. Not condemning and tearing people down. Now they said, but we should have the right to do it. Who are you? That way he said about the adulterous woman. You who ain't got what I seen, cast the first stone. Man, you be the first to tear them down if you ain't got nothing wrong with you in your house. But ain't nobody knocking at your door with your bad kids. Ain't nobody uprooting you. But you think you're going to walk around and God gave you the power to walk around knocking at people's door, going to people's houses, working as a spy, trying to find unfitness. Oh, this is just unfit. And then try to take down everything that was given unto them by Yah? Nah, you out of your element. You out of your jurisdiction. Yah never gave us, not one of us, the authority or the power to do so. No matter who you might claim to be. Because that's the thing, did God give you that? Did Yah give you that title? Don't tell me somebody on the streets gave it to you. That don't count. Did Yah give you that? Because we know he said give unto Caesar what? So if Caesar gave you that title, then it holds no weight here. That's what they telling you. How do you know? Conversation is in heaven. Think about it. That means you can bring that same junk you just said to Yah and walk up in heaven. And you think he's going to let you dwell there? That's how you know it's condemned. Because if you can't bring it up there, we not condemned. Because we can go there with this same conversation I'm saying right now and be well approved, well known, and well received up there. But will you bring that condemning doctrine up there? Huh? Can you go up there and Yah said, can you go up there with all the body counts and belt loops on you saying this how many people I done torn down and walk up in that heaven and say, I was approved, I knew I did because you know. Or ain't Yah just gonna call you a murderer and a slayer and a liar? Because if you can't bring that noise you talking about up there, then you ain't got no power. Meaning Yah ain't told you to do nothing. Power means you was anointed to be that. Where's your power? Is Yah with you on that? What you claiming that Yah, the direction Yah telling you to go in, is that what Yah told you to do? Because if it is, Yah will be with you on that. That would mean hold power. See, when I begin to wrestle with somebody that's trying to go against the power that I operate in, they always lose. Because I'm saying the same thing I'm saying then, restore. What is you coming with? Well, I don't believe in that. It's, okay. Even in your environment, you still gonna lose. That's what he means. You can bring me here. You can chain me here. But still see, if not, I ain't gonna prevail. And they see it. That's how Joseph was, right? They brought Joseph in chains into Egypt when they started to try to convert him. But at the end of anything, he did what to them? Converted them. Because you wasn't going to beat him because he know his identity. He know what it is and what Yah wanted. And he had clear directions. So end up everybody had to get behind Joseph. So, okay, Joseph, you lead the ship now. That's what I mean. He became governor. He was leading the ship. Because we know you know where you're going. And he saved them, 14 years. Didn't he save them? And they was finna go into a famine. I mean, they about to lose their direction until they had to put Joseph in his proper place and told him to lead us. What is Yah told you to do for us? And they had to fall in line. And they were saved, listening to Joseph, meaning directions. But if they would listen to anybody else, Egypt would have failed. Same thing with Jonah. Same situation. He had to go to the place of Nineveh and he had to preach. And when he spoke, the only thing they had to do was what? Listen. And they survived, meaning directions. So that's how it works with Yah. So even in heaven, that conversation is still the same. It don't change from place to place. But whenever you can go to another place, like if I go right now to Africa, be well received in Africa. Because I ain't there to steal, kill, and what? That's why they have to play dress up. Because that's every bit of what they come to do. We know when they come in your land, that's why everybody don't want them in their land. Because when they come to your land, what are they coming to do? They're going to have a Bible in their hand, but behind their back, they're going to have what? Right. Because they're not coming to help you bless your land. They're not coming to help you out. They ain't coming to restore. But they're coming to what? Set up shop and then what? Tear it down. Steal, kill, and destroy. But they call themselves ministers of God. God ain't gave you no power to do that. Same way they had the Christian crusaders back in the days that did that same thing. If you ever know about the crusaders, look them up. They said God had gave us the power to go on a witch hunt. We finding anybody that's a witch. But then you ask, okay, what is your definition of a witch? Well, they say, well, anybody that's not a Christian. What? So if I'm not a Christian, I'm a witch? What if I just don't believe in that white Jesus? That don't make me a witch. I just don't believe in that stuff. Oh, but now I gotta have everything taken from me, robbed, spoiled, pillaged, because I don't believe in that lie. That's what he means. So, that's that ministry. He says it's 2. So you are our epistle written in our hearts, known and read of all men. Meaning epistle represents what? It's not a letter, because a letter is what? Is abroad, right? Remember we spoke about that. It just means that it's for any interpretation, right? But an epistle means that it speaks to a certain what? Person. So that means identity. For as much as you are manifestly declared to be the epistle of Yahusha, ministered by us. See, minister, there you go. Servants. Written not with ink, see, but with the spirit of the living Yah. Now, reason why it says not with ink. It's written not with ink. Because we know what Yah does with the pen. What do octopus do with ink? That's where we get ink from.
Spew it out.
They spew it out. So we heard of that word before. We just forgot what that meant. It means to be blotted out. Because the pen, once you let it, it'll stain and it'll blot out. So what happens is, meaning your identity just got what? Wiped out, exactly. That's what that means. You've been blotted out. That's why he says we don't write, our conversation doesn't come with that type of ink. Because ink blots out people. Take over people's identity, blots them completely out. Because Yah says, your name going to be blotted out of the what? Book of life. Didn't he say that? So he says, this is not our ministry. We ain't here to blot out nobody. But there are some who walk around operating like that. How do you even say white out? Yeah, same thing. See, but we come but with the spirit of the living Yah. See, and even then so, we're not even writing it on tablets of what? Stone. On verse 3 and 3. 2 Corinthians 3, verse 3. Oh, go back to 2 Corinthians 3. He says, so for as much as we are manifestly declared to be the epistles of Yahusha, you are ministered by us, written not with ink. You see that? But with the spirit of the living Yah, because ink is different from the spirit. Spirit is the spirit of what? Life and truth. It wants to gather you. Liberty, life, truth. It wants to gain back. That's why I said of the spirit, of living. We ain't trying to kill nobody. We're not trying to condemn nobody. We're not trying to destroy nobody. Not in tablets of stone, because stones mean to harden what? Harden your what?
Heart.
That would mean you don't have mercy on people. You just condemn people. You walk around condemning. But in fleshly tablets of the heart. And such trust, meaning that's the money right there, have we through Yahusha to Yahweh, meaning, and that's the power. See, because we, no matter where you go. Now, not that we are sufficient of ourselves to think anything as of ourselves, but that our sufficiency is of Yah. Right? So it ain't us, but we operating in the power of Yah. That's what he's saying. Who also have made us able what? Ministers of the new. So that was the whole new covenant represented. That they was not there to condemn. Not of the letter, see, but of the spirit. For the letter what? Killeth. See, that's what he's telling you. We don't operate like that. We don't operate with a stone heart. We don't operate, because stone heart means you, like Pharaoh. Pharaoh was hardening his what? Heart. When he told Pharaoh to let the people go so that they can serve Yah, meaning to have mercy on these people. He wouldn't do it. He just kept continuing to keep them in debt. Taking everything from them. And he says, we are not of this ministry to operate like that. We are of the ministry of restoring people once they have served, right? They may have to serve for a while, but once they have done their duties, you cannot keep them beyond what? Beyond that time. Let them go back. Give them back their homeland. Give them back the stuff that belongs to them. That's what Jubilee represents. After a certain time of service, they should be set free. Given immunity from all your responsibilities. Meaning no more debt. He says, because the letter killeth. Meaning continues to keep one in what? Debt. It never will let you return what? He says, so now he calls it. See, but if this ministration of death, see, it's of death. This is a government of what? Death.
Yeah.
That's why people see him when they come, they call like Darth Vader. When you see him coming, you like, oh Lord. Because wherever they land, they little ships, and wherever they dock at, you know what's going to happen to that land. I know how them Indians were looking across that water when they seen them ships of Christopher Columbus. Oh, that was the beginning of it. Here they come. Here they come. Because once they land and they dock, yeah, colonize, take over. That's what happens. They don't leave. Which did they leave? They never left. Still here to this day. That's the ministrations of death. I mean, they take over. And they never let you return back. What Indians at now? Have they ever let them return? That's what I'm saying. You tell me what they is. They so hidden, we don't even know if they still alive, wherever they at. My goodness, it's a shame. And I promise you, they're going to always swear it's something that, no, we can't. It's just what we can't do. They haven't done enough. They haven't paid their debts to society. Meaning public. Public what? Property. You haven't paid your debts to what? Society. They're talking about they just actually made you what? You hear the terms. They be saying it. That's why they love to talk over your head. They be saying little key things and phrases. You ain't understanding what they mean when they say you ain't paid your debt to society. What that means? That means you're a public what? Public property. You owe them. But now you're starting to hear people come out the closet talking about, yeah, Hebrews, y'all owe us nothing. Y'all don't owe us nothing. See, that was their debt. See, because they be getting afraid now because now it's coming for what? Their stuff. And now they trying to, you know what, now y'all don't owe us nothing. Because you knew that a long time ago. But you wanted to play the game. Juice them for as much as you could juice them for. Then it begins to backfire because now death, as Darth Vader, as Babylon is coming for you now. And they ships about to dock at your land. Right? This the administration of death. Is written and engraved where? In stones. Was glorious. He said, that administration was glorious. The administration of death was glorious. Why he says glorious? Because people look at the beast now, like, look at the whole system, like how it was designed, like, dang. They have really made something of themselves. Look at the land. Look how much they have amassed. Look what they got over here. Look what they got over there. And so that's glorious to some of our eyes because we look at it as it's amazing how much America has grown. Right? He says, so that's glorious to some of us. That's why everybody, I want to move to what? I want to move to America. Because you think America got it going on. But it's going to reveal to you how America got all its stuff.
It's the picture that was painted.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lie.
It was a lie. So that the children of Israel, he said it was so glorious that the children of Israel could not even steadfast behold the face of Moses. See, the glory of his countenance, which glory was to be done away with, meaning it was already fading. It wasn't going to last long. This type of government was failing. Because it never grew a true what? It wasn't built on a true identity. It's just a mixture and a collection of different people from different walks of life. It's a madhouse, they call it. But how shall not the ministration of the Spirit be rather glorious? You see? Meaning, how about just restoring people back to their homeland? Wouldn't that be a better government, a government of that? Going about making sure, where you from? Yeah, okay, where you from? Okay, you need to go back to your, right. Where you from? And revealing people they what? Identities is a better ministry. We say it's a better government. You getting it now? It is a greater, better government. How peaceful the world would be if the government truly just brought people back, look for injustice so that they can turn people back to their what? Their true inheritance. What manner of government would be a great government if that was what they were out here doing? Like if I came and I walked up and I seen a bird in a circle full of wolves, and I said, "Hold on, wolves, bird, what you doing?" Like, "Hey, I'm here. They got me here." Like, "Do you belong here?" "Nah, not really. Where you from, bird?" "No, I'm from the trees." "Well, you go back to the trees. And the wolves will be very, very upset. Like, "Well, why you let them go?" But if you was a government like that, wouldn't that be a blessed government? To set the captives what? Free. Would be a way more blessed government than a government that just walks around stealing people's stuff. For people's help, not for their hurt. This is the government that will be established. That's what he's trying to get you, let you understand. Because he said, now that government, number 10, will by in no means, in no respect, by reason of the glory that will come afterwards, or the government that will come after, will be way greater than this government that's currently standing. Because it needs to be a government. Don't lie. But it has to be only a government that's for the people. See, made for us, by us, for us. That's the only government that's going to stand. Though this government has lied. That's what you come to find out. Because they're not doing that. They're actually going around the world taking people's stuff and setting it up for themselves. Right? Watch this here. How you know this government has lied? Now, according to these changes that they make, you notice the changes that they always make. This is how you say you know if it's of the Spirit or not. Because the Spirit is about restoring. Right? This is how you know they don't restore. Go to Hebrew 1 so that y'all can see. He says, so Yah, who at sundry times in diverse manners spake in times past unto the fathers by the prophets, have in these last days spoken to us by his Son, talking about Yahusha, whom he has appointed hearer of all things. That would say he has appointed him already over what? All things. Right? By whom also he made the worlds. He's talking about different nations. He was appointed as head. Hearer means to inherit all of them. Yahusha is going to inherit, because he's going to be the greatest king. He's going to inherit all the nations. Because all the nations are going to have to realize that under his guidance, remember, through his vision, through his understanding, that we are able to find, each one finds their collective identities, right? So once they do find it, they will realize that they have to help each other restore. Everyone has to help each other restore themselves, right? So he will be the head of that change. That's why he said he's going to be the head of that government, which is going to be Yahusha. He says, so, 3, who being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his persons, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had himself purged our sins, see, he already done forgiven us of what? Sins. So that means we have no debt with Yahusha. Because that's what he's not about. Holding on to debt. It's about taking away debt so people can return what? Back to their homelands, right? He sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high. So where did he sit after he did that? Where? So majesty. Remember majesty means major. I'm sorry. Because you have minors and you have what?
Major.
So majesty, he's of the major. So that means he sits where? He's telling where he sits. On high. He's in heavenly places representing the government. So he's not a minority. He's a what? A major. Major controls heaven. They control the throne. They control earth too. And all the nations. That is what this government was supposed to be. That's why they call themselves the world power. But it's the devil. Because they just trying to go to every land and take. They're liars. They're not trying to restore people to the truth. They're not. I'm going to show you why it's going to be cold. So he says, but being made so much better than the angels. See? But more better than these angels who are appointed, self-appointed, he talking about, governments, as he have by inheritance obtained a better name, excellent name than they. You see that? Because he was addressed by his proper what? Name. See? He had a greater name than that. He excelled their government because he was of the highest government. We know that's by the order of Male what? If we know it. For unto which of the angels said he at any time, thou art my son? See, which of these ministrations has he declared to be sons of the Most High? Meaning sons that are dwell where? In heavenly what? Places. Has he ordained them for that? No. That's how he's telling you that they are liars. This day have I begotten thee. And again, I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a what? Son. Because he said, whom the son set free is what? Free indeed. It's not setting you free to put you back in bondage. That is not what the son does. That's how he's telling you that these that claim to be Jesus and those sons, meaning authority figures, are truly not what?
Authority figures.
Right. Because they seek to put you back in what? Bondage. They don't seek to free you. And again, when he did bring in the firstborn into the world, he say, and let all the angels of Yah worship him. See, he put him over them, meaning his government is over what? Their government. They have a lying government. And of the angels, he said, this is what he did speak of angels. He said, who make his angel what? Spirits, meaning ghosts. And ministers what? A flame of fire, meaning they're going to be burnt and turned to what? Smoke. That means they finna burn. But unto the Son, he said, thy throne, O Yah, is what? Forever and ever. You see that? And the sceptre of what? What is his power going to be based on? Righteousness is the sceptre of this kingdom. They tell you it will be the government of this kingdom. It will be based on what? Restoring righteousness. And he says 9, thou hast loved righteousness, see, and hated what? Because iniquity puts people to shame. It does not let people come out of their holes. It keeps them bound. It keeps them in debt. Therefore, Yah, even thy Yah, has anointed thee with the oil of what? Gladness above your what? Fellows. Fellows, what are fellows? Colleagues. Counterparts. Those who swear that they of the same, they graduated from the same school. Like the other angels. If you swore you graduated from this, why you ain't understood this? So they not masters. Fellows trying to represent them. We masters too. So whenever you hear a person say they are, especially white people say they are masters, obey your masters, now you get what they was trying to say. Talking about they the mister, man, they have mastered this thing called life. No, you haven't. And thou, Lord, in the beginning has already laid the foundations of the earth. I mean, he already told us what we was going to have to do and how we was going to be saved. And who was through that? Through who? Yahusha. He told you, you're going to have to get it through him, and he was going to teach you. And the heavens are the work of thy hands. And he says it. So they shall what? Perish, but thou remainest. And they all shall wax old as doeth a garment. Now that wax old, I'm going to tell you what that wax old means. Like he said, you can't put new wine into old bottles and stuff. See, old represent hatred. Old, to be old represent hatred. Always has. Meaning you have an old hate for something. Because he's telling you this. they shall wax old, meaning they shall remember that all this is to hate those who have already been chosen by who? Yah. That's old. Yah, meaning Jacob, Esau hated Jacob from when? So it's very old. That's what it means. It's a very old hatred. Old. So hatred is old. See that when it says sear with a hot iron, begin to wrinkle out, begin to dry up. It's because you hated him so badly that you refuse to have what? Mercy. Exactly. And that's old. Meaning that's an old way of living. You can't go forward because you're still stuck in the what? The past. It's old. It's old. So he says y'all gonna be swallowed up with that old garment. You're gonna wrap yourself in your hatred of not having mercy and condemning, and it's gonna swallow what? You up. 12. And as a vesture or a jacket shall thou fold them what? Fold them up. Meaning, look, remember I just showed you how they do it. Roll it up. He gonna mean to gather them all what? Together. Right? And they shall be what? Changed. See, that's the thing. Changed. I told you that. You take $1 and make what? Change. So what's going to happen to them? They're going to be divided. He said they shall be changed. That's what he means. He's going to now convert who? Them. They going to be led into what? They going to be slaves and public servants. They shall be changed. But thou art the same. See, art. The word art meaning you was already appointed and anointed to stay the same. To not lose your what? Identity. So it's also telling you when he said they finna be changed, they finna lose their what? Identity. So he's telling you that it ain't us that's gonna be changed. They gonna lose their what? Why you think they want to go to space? They finna lose what? Everything. Because they going to forget everything of what they were, where they come from. Yeah, go to space if you want to, baby. You'll lose sight of it all. Ain't nothing but black out there. It's already warning you what that's going to bring. A loss of what? Identity. Space is so vast and so big. So that means you can quickly go that far and lose what? Lose it all because you forgot. And then you're going to trust me. Once you get so far, you're going to forget how to get back. Because there ain't nothing but black out there. And get truly lost in the south. That's what he said. You're going to be changed. But we're going to remain what? The same. And thy years shall not fail. But to which of these angels said he at any time, see, which of these governments, he said at any time, sit on my right hand until I make your enemies what? That what it mean, until I convert all those nations unto you. And are they not all what? See, now he's going to reveal to you what they supposed to have been. Now you can understand that they are liars. Because he says, administration. Are they not all administrators or government spirits sent forth to what? Minister for them who shall be hearers of what? Restoration. Wasn't they only created to teach a person their identity and then send them what? On their way back home? Isn't that what they were supposed to have been established for? For your good? And not for your what? For your bad. Now watch this here. Was they not established for your good? Go to Jeremiah 33. Moreover, the Lord came to Jeremiah the second time while he was yet shut up in the court of the prison, saying, Thus says the Lord, the maker thereof, the Lord that formed thee, to establish it, the Lord is his name. Call up unto me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things which thou knowest not. For thus says the Lord, Yah of Israel, concerning the house of this city, and concerning the houses of the kings of Judah, which are thrown down by the mounts and by the sword. They come to fight with the Chaldeans, but it is to fill them with the dead bodies of men, whom I have slain in my anger and in my fury. And for all those wickedness I have hid my face from this city, or identity. Behold, I will bring it what? Health and cure. And I will what? Cure them. Who are you talking about? He gonna cure? Israel. And I will reveal unto them the abundance of peace and truth. Meaning I will show to you what you needed to do through Yahusha. And I will cause the captivity of Judah and captivity of Israel to what? Return. And I will build them, this is how you know, as the what? As at the first. Meaning in the what? The beginning. See, I was never going to change them, but I'm going to restore them back to what they were what?
In the beginning.
At first. That's what he says. At the first. Meaning when I first made them, this is what they were. And I will cleanse from them all their iniquities, whereby they have sinned against me, and I will pardon all their iniquities, whereby they have sinned, and whereby they have transgressed against me. See, y'all gonna do all this for you. But watch this here though. Go down to 24. He says this. No, 21. He says, so then may also my covenant. No, 20. I'm sorry. He said, thus says the Lord, if you can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, that there should not be day and night in their season. So he's saying, first of all, if anyone can stop day and night from coming, because I have already ordained it, right? This means ordained and has appointed, meaning it doesn't change because day by day and night by night, meaning it's something that is established. Yah doesn't change it, right? Mm-hmm. So he says, if anyone can just change that, first of all, then I will change what I have already ordained too. Now this is what he's going to say that he has ordained. 21. Then may also my covenant be broken with David, my servant, that he should not have a son to reign upon his throne, and with the Levites, the priests, my ministers. So he's saying right here that he already made a covenant, a promise to David. Remember David the Hebrew?
Yep.
He said that David shall always have a son to reign upon his throne. Now, where is the throne of David? David's throne is at his capital. His capital is called Zion, right? We know that. So, he's telling David, he's already sworn to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that no matter what, Jacob, Isaac, Abraham, David, all of them going to always have a son of their brethren to rule over them. That's the covenant. That's the promise. And with Levites, the priests, my ministers. That way he said, according to the order of Melchizedek, I will always, and I will sworn, and I will not repent, that they shall have a king rule over them. But the catch is this: of their own brethren. See, that's right there, let you know that was a covenant. It was never supposed to have no other race ruling what? Over us. He said, I have sworn I will never do that. That's how you know anyone who tries it are found to be what? Liars. Exactly. They are liars. These are your teachers now. They swore that God has appointed another race over you when Yah says, I have already sworn and I will not repent. I have already sworn to David, Isaac, Abraham, Jacob, that they will always have someone of them ruling what? Over them. Over my people. I'm going to let you know. Keep reading. Listen. 22. And the host of heaven cannot be numbered, neither the sand of the sea measured. So will I multiply the seed of David, my servant, and Levites that minister unto me. Meaning the officers. There's always going to be a king and there's always going to be officers that I have appointed over Israel. But they're going to be of what? Israel. Moreover, the word Lord came to Jeremiah saying, consider thou not what this people have spoken. Talking about everybody else. Saying, the two families which the Lord has chosen, he has even cut them off. Man, I'm talking about, oh, y'all done cut them off from being their own people, their own nation. He has already given them to, spoiled us and given us to the people, public servants. Thus, they have despised my people. See? That they should be no more a nation before them. See, thus says Yah, if my covenant be not with day and night, and if I had not appointed the ordinance of heaven and earth, then will I cast away the seed of Jacob and David my servant, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers, where? Over the seed of who? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I will cause their captivities to return and have mercy on them. So he's telling them their government, and our nation of people always is self-ran. It's not of no other race or other person. He said that's why you're going to learn. He said you will come to find out that they are what? Liars. Wolves and what? Sheep clothing. These are not your teachers. These are not your governments. These are not your pastors. These are not your kings. These are not your queens. He's telling you that Israel is always self what? Appointed. They come from where? Within. Remember he told them, I will send you to a land of milk and honey. And from there, you will get one that will rise up as unto me, said Moses. He going to be a Hebrew too. Mm-hmm. That's what he's telling you. It's always going to have to rule us. It was always going to be someone like us. It would never, ever, ever be someone of another race or of another nation. That's the promise to Israel. So, those who swear that Yah has appointed them, you come to find out that they are what? Liars. Listen. So their system will change. Now, John 8:44. Because the devil is a great liar. He says, you are of your father what? The devil. And the lust of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning. That's what it means. He spoils and takes. And abode not where? In the truth. Remember, because if he had power, he could go anywhere. But he says, well, he cannot go where? And abode not in the what? Abide. Abide means to have a home there. See, in the truth, he got no what? No home. Told you, because he holds no what there? No power. He holds no power there. Because there is no what? Power what? In him. There, it doesn't, and this government that's going to be established, Esau does not rule this. There's no power in Esau there. Why? Because when he speaks of what? A lie. And that lie, he speak of his own. He is a liar and the father of it. Let me stop right there, what that means. Remember, listen, the devil. See, because they're trying to say that they are children of God, right? Mm-hmm. God appointed us to do this. God appointed us even over you, as we just read there. That's a lie. Mm-hmm. God made us over you. God made me your boss. God made me your teacher. God of these other races, right? But he says, He says, but your father, your heavenly, listen, your administration did not come from the devil. I mean, from Yah. It came from what? Your counseling came from the devil. Because he says, because the lust of your father you will do. Now, what does the lust of his father mean? What is the true devil's desire to do? To kill, steal, and destroy people's land and what? Identities. He says, so this is how you're going to be able to mark who are the children of Yah from the children of the devil. And he says it because all of his servants, his ministers, always want the same agenda. They want to do what their father wants them to do, which is to go around and what? Steal, kill, steal, and destroy. So he's telling you what set of people does that. So you understand who the children of the devil are. First and most. He said because he was a murderer from the beginning. I mean, he crucifies people and steals their stuff from the beginning. Same way he did to Adam and Eve. So everybody, he always does that. And abode not in the truth, meaning in the place where truth means to what? A place where everything is what? Restored. Truth. He won't what? He won't be there, will he? Him or his children. Why? Because there's no truth what? In them. Because they're not looking to do the truth. That's what he's telling you. But he's going to reveal what they're really looking to do. So they come in wolf and sheep clothing because they come to do one thing. He says because when they come, they speak a lie, talking about, I'm just here to help you guys out. I was just, me and our people are here to reform, right? We're here to make things better, right? That's what they're going to say. We're here to make things better, right? But guess what? He says, but he only speaks of his what? Of his own. He is a what? Liar and the father of it. When he speaks of his own, you say, but what is he talking about when he speaks of his own? His own people. So he's only doing what's best for his own what? And that ain't got nothing to do with who? You. That's what it means. Stealing, killing, and destroying for his children. The devil is posing as world power to go around to all these lands, acting like they coming to help these lands. But what is he really doing? He's stealing, killing, and destroying to make more room for who? His people, his children. So now they're going to your land. They're going to convert it and make it what? Theme parks, golf courses, mansions. For whose people? That's what he was saying right there. When he speaks of a lie, he speaks of only of his own. He gonna tell you, oh, liar mean I'm coming, I'm here to help. But you're opening the door for who? Devils. That's what he meant. Opening the door for them to come in and what? Live and set up their shop. Go to Luke 4. 1 through 13. He giving you flat out the game. You're going to know that these are liars. They're never coming to do Yah's work. They're coming to set it up shop for themselves. That's what the whiting out meant. They're not here to help you, reform you. No, they're going, like he said, we kick you out. We're not letting you return. We're taking this over and we're going to build us a nice little something here. Whatever that may be. You won't never see it again. Or in what it used to look like. Because once we through it, it's going to look like Disney World. So Yahusha being full of the Spirit, that's how you know that's what he was talking about. Returned from Jordan, he was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, right? 40 days tempted by the devil. And in those days he did eat nothing, and when he was ended, he afterward hungered. And the devil said unto him, if you be the son of Yah, see, he questioned him. I told you, he always going to question you, right? If you really here to restore some things. He said, well, command these stones that it be made bread. We know the stones represent a stony heart, right? A condemned work. He's trying to say, let that be the truth. And he's like, that ain't what it's going to be. You lying. You are a liar. And he said unto him, it is written that man shall live by what? Shall not live by what? Bread alone, but by every what? Word. See, he got to do what Yah told you to do, not what you want to do. You got to do what Yah told you to do. That's what I mean. So if Yah didn't give you this vacation time, then it's not what? Give it. Man, don't live off that alone, man, on his own decision and on his own understanding. He has to do what Yah tell him to do. So if Yah tell you to labor more, you labor. You don't just quit, cut out, because that's called what? Anybody who gives up ahead of time actually is called what? Suicide. Remember, that's a deadly sin too. You're a quitter. So you can't be a what? Because that's suicide. You have to continue on, because suicide also goes back into what? Captivity. You're going to be thrown back because you quit ahead of time. That's why he tells you don't commit what? Suicide. Don't tear yourself what? Down. Never do that. It has to only be of Yah. And don't cut yourself loose. Now, if the devil does it, that's still Yah. But you never supposed to what? Do it unto yourself. You just can't say, but I'm done with this. Okay, how you gonna cut yourself loose if y'all not done with you yet? Mm-hmm. Meaning you gonna be spoiled, your head off, and y'all gonna throw you right back. Listen. And the devil taking him up into a high mountain showed unto him. Listen, this is the part I wanted y'all to see. And the devil took him into a high mountain, showed unto him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. So the devil just actually showed Yahusha a bunch of children. Let me ask you, what type of children you think these were, though? The devil's children. And the film says, showed him these in a moment of time. And he's like, the devil said unto him, all this power will I give thee, and the glory of them. For that is delivered unto me, to whomsoever I will give it. If thou therefore will worship me, all shall be thine. But he's lying to him. He's trying to get him to what? Become a what? A public what? He said, well, all of them will I give to you. But he knows, the devil knows, if you serve the devil's children, what they're going to do? They're going to use you up. Steal, kill, and what? That's what he tells you. If you become a public servant, they're going to use you for their purposes. It's not a restoring moment for you. It's a complete drain. You helping them people have a life. You helping them go forward. But it does nothing for restoring what? You. That would mean it does nothing for you. Because remember, after all that hard work, which one of y'all can say y'all went back to your homeland? By a show of hands. Exactly. Nothing is restored to you. So it's a lie. Working for them is not going to get you what your heart's desire to go back home. It doesn't work. It doesn't get you that true retirement. He said, but he lied. But I give it unto you because they all delivered unto me. But he's also referring to all those things because he is a liar. Meaning everything he has ever gotten, he gotten by what? Lying, stealing, killing, and tearing down. So meaning he did a lot of what? Converting. Mm-hmm. So he was trying to do what to Yahusha? Convert him. I need you to work for my people, my children. Make sure they straight. If you would do that, I bless your game. But he knew it was a lie. Because if you work for them, does they ever going to bless your game? No. It doesn't come with a restoring, right? If thou wilt worship me, all shall be thine. But he know you worship the devil. The devil doesn't give you back control. He doesn't give you back what? Control. If you give him what? Control. He knows. Yahusha understood it. And Yahusha answered to him, get thee what? But see, Satan, for it is written, thou shalt who? Worship the Lord thy Yah, and him only shall you serve. Exactly. That made him he's not a public servant, but a very private what? He works for what? One only. He said, I only work for Yah. and whom Yah tell me to assist. And he already told me who to assist. The children of what? Israel. My people. I ain't here to worry about what? Your children and what the fate gonna be for them. That ain't got nothing to do with who? Me. But I will not be converted. Right? He said, so him only. See, this is what he's talking about. A true a liberty and a servant of who? Yah. So when you a servant of Yah, you got to understand who you supposed to work for. You ain't no public what?
Sure.
So he said, whom he set free is what?
Free.
See, to work for who though?
Yeah.
Yah and Yah what? Only. That makes it very exclusive. A very exclusive labor in what you're supposed to do. Like I told you, every angel in heaven knows this rule. When angels say, go down, meet this such and such, do this for me. Tell me, do they ever turn and stop and go do something for somebody else? Huh? Oh, they going to stop and help you fix your flat tire? Or they're going to worry about, oh, this person right here needs to get this kitten out the tree? Huh? Is he going to stop and do that? Well, you used to say, I only been sent to the lost sheep of what? Israel. I ain't been here to help what? Nobody. I'm not here to help your children. Because that's what he was revealing to. That's why he said he is a liar from the beginning. Because he's lying, telling you that it's going to benefit you when he knows well it's only going to benefit who? And his what? And his children. Again. So he brought him, 9 says he brought him to Jerusalem. See? Now he brought him to his people now. Because at first he took him to another place where it was all different children, right? Usually like, nigga, I ain't working for them. So he's okay. So then he brought him to Jerusalem. You notice that now? Now he wants to bring him amongst his what? His people. Listen. Then he brings him to Jerusalem. And set him on a pinnacle of the temple. Somebody brought him now to Zion. You see that? And said unto them, but if thou be then the son of Yah, cast thyself down from hence. You see that? He tried to do it what again? Take him into hell. And he said, for it is written, he shall give his angels charge over you. See, there you go with the, we're going to teach you. We're going to help you. We're going to reform you. Yeah, we're going to rule over. Yeah, we need to show you what you need. So you need the angels to be over you. That's what he was like, oh, what? You need to put more people over me. Just fall down and let these people, we're going to work it out. We're going to take over your finances. We're going to, work out your bills. You stay under us. We're going to make sure everything gets paid. Everything is done. You ain't got to work and do nothing. We're going to take care of everything.
That sounds like celebrity life.
You try to say that different words so you get them?
Get them again. Right? But he said, hold on. He said, and in their hands they shall, to keep you, right? And in their hands they shall bear you up. See, he said, hold, at least at any time you dash your foot against a stone. Like he trying to say that they're going to be there to protect you because you a baby. At least you dash your foot what? Again, yeah, you a little baby. You need guidance. You need correction. You need us to, because you dash against a stone meaning you don't have a sense of what? Direction, right? You don't who you are or direction, because if you dash your foot, I mean you bumped into something into the night, right?
Yeah.
Or you stumbled. Oh, you know where you was going anyway.
Oh, but follow me.
Yeah, we can guide you better. I always say give control unto us and let us guide. Let us control the wheel of your life, and we for sure gonna prosper you. But he understood it. He says no, and Yahusha answered and said, "Thou shalt not tempt the Lord Yah." See. So giving them control over your life is to do what?
Tempt Yah.
To do what to you? No. Yeah, you will be converted, but now you bring what upon you?
Sin.
And then what? Now what's going to activate? Yah's what?
Wrath.
Yeah. Because remember, he just said only person you're supposed to serve is Yah and Yah only. So he knew that doing that, he going to activate the wrath of Yah against himself. And he know at that point Yah was going to do what? Tear him what?
Down.
Tear him down. So he was like, no. So that means he was in a good place. He was in a good state. When he brought him over the house of what? Israel. So that's where he knew where his place was. Oh, snap. I'm the king. These are my people. I'm supposed to be okay. He said the devil brought him there. And then tell him, but cast yourself down from here. Right? And let the angels mentor you and get you right. And get you. If I'm already king, why do I need to go back and learn? Remember, I said if you already learned and already of identity, why would you go back what? And relearn. What do you need to what? Once you become a man. Right. Right. And then the devil said he ended his temptation. Because he realized that he got it. And he departed from him for a season. Season meaning that he was already who he was. And Yahusha returned in the power of the Spirit into Galilee. See, there you go. And there went out a fame of him throughout all the regions, what? Round about. And he taught in their synagogues being glorified of what? All. Meaning he can go now where? Anywhere. See, that's that power he's saying he walked it with. That everybody knew his conversation was right. Everyone knew his conversation was true. See, the devil tries to sucker us into helping them, but it's only for their good. And it's a lie that they're there to do you any good. That's why they say they were found to be liars. They're just trying to convert you to become a public servant of them. And the devil is trying to get you to work for who? Him. And his children. So that they can take your what? Land, identity. And yeah, that's what the devil says. When he speaks, he only speaks of his own, right? He's only concerned about what? His what? Children. That's the lie. That they are there for your good. So you come to find out this government is not there for your what? For your good. When they say white power, they mean we only here for what? Ours. That's why for a long time now we've been tearing other nations and races down and setting up what? Our people. Now you see what they're doing behind the scenes. They're going place to place, nation to nation, country to country. They're not there to help us. That's what we got to wake up to. Go to 1 John 3. We almost done. He says, so behold what manner of love the Father has bestowed upon us. Keep on. That we should be called the sons of what? Yeah. So that's Yah's government. Sons and daughters of Yah. These are the children of Yah. Therefore the world know us what? Not. Because it knew him what? Meaning it didn't understand that it's not a ministry of tearing down, but of a ministry of what? A government of what? Building up and restoring nations to their proper etiquette. That's what Yah say. Everything going to have to return back to as it was at what? First. In the beginning. The original. That's what Yah is looking for. So, beloved, now are we the sons and children of Yah, and it does not yet appear what we shall be. But we know that when we shall appear, we shall be like what? Him. So that's perfect direction. For we shall see him as he what? Is. See, he is what he calls the king of us, right? Meaning he was the king of our what? Why do you think he was able to heal many of us and stuff? Give us back sight and things like that. It's because he truly was our king. He truly was our identity. Within him, he truly gave us an identity, a personality that with this, no matter where we went in the world, everybody knows that we are the children of what? Yeah, right. That's what he's saying. That you have an identity. That we say you are the salt of the what? The earth. That meaning you have an identity. And never lose that salt. That we say don't never lose that salt. Right? Salt that loses its savor is good for what? Nothing. Remember he says that. So beloved, he says 3. And every man that has this hope in himself purify himself even as he is pure. Whoever committeth sin transgresseth also what? The law. So sin is what? Transgression. It means to what? Steal, kill, and what? See, that's what sin is. It's telling you, it's clear. Whenever you go to lands, condemning lands, and stealing lands, that is transgression. That is the sin. And he says, for sin is the transgression of law is represents as identity. You transgressing people's lands when you come over there taking stuff, that is a sin. And you know that he was manifested to take away our what? Sins. And in him is no what? Sin. He's not there to transgress. He's there to take away people who do what? Transgress. That's why he was going after them Pharisees and stuff like, y'all trying to tell my people what? Down. And I'm trying to what? Build them up. So whosoever abideth in him sinneth not. See, whoever sinneth has not seen him nor known him. Little children, let no man deceive you. He that doeth righteousness is what? Righteous. Even as he is what? Righteous. But he that committeth to transgression is sin is of the what? The devil. For the devil sinned from when? The beginning. For this purpose the Son of Yah was what? Created. That he might what? Destroy the works of what? The devil. So he can reveal what the devil is laboring for. The devil is laboring for who?
His children.
Him and his children. That's it. So their works and their government is only established. That's why Trump got in that time about it's just for the Christians. I'm doing this for the Christians. I'm doing his children. And it ain't got nothing to do with the rest of these nations and people. That's why you're finna call it out a Gulf of America. We taking Canada. We taking Mexico. For who though? His children. Exactly. But whoever is born of Yah does not commit to this. Meaning you ain't married to that. You know you're not of that ministry. You're not of that government. You're not of that, you know what I'm saying, that administration. For his seed remaineth what? In him. What is that seed? Now. An ancient seed. You ain't figured out what that seed is? Every seed is the beginning of what it is. So every seed represents your what?
Your identity.
Identity. Exactly. And he cannot sin because he is born of Yah. That means he already created what you shall be. You can't sin because you know, meaning this. I'm not helpless. My land is perfectly good on its own. I don't need to take nobody else's land. I don't need to take no one else's identity. My identity, my land is perfectly good, right? It's good. My wife, that would say you don't need to marry nobody else's wife. You don't need to cover that for nobody else's house, nobody else's home, because you have everything you what? You need. But then you don't have to do all that. See, that's what it said. If you committed to that, then you are of the world, because the world believes in stealing, killing, and destroying, and stealing and robbing as much as they can take for themselves. But the children of Yah don't maintain that identity of transgression. They just maintain of the things Yah has already given what? To them. He given us a land. He's given us an identity. He's gave us Yahusha. He's given us our leaders. You know what I'm talking about? Our leaders come from where? Within. It doesn't come from another race or nation. That's what he said. You never needed those kings. You didn't need people from other races and nations to come in and try to tell you what to do. You didn't need supervision in the first place. But you had to learn to keep everything what? In-house. That's why I tell people it ain't always good for you. You got to have that private life of that you serve Yah and Yah on, and then Yah and me, as far as me and my house, we going to serve what? The Lord. That's what that means. Now, whatever they do on the outside, that's what they do. But as far as us, we are one, as one unit. And we all live, work together, and we are here for each other. For us, by us, to us. That's it. That's it. Y'all will never give you somebody, because anyone who glides and try to creeps in, he calls them spies. You trying to go back and tell your people what they got going on. No. You are a spy. Because you know that them people ain't going where these people are going. Because if they were going where these people going, they would be in the house. The house of Yah always rests where the Levites and those priesthood rested at. Within the house. They wasn't the field niggas. That's why I call them field niggas. Field niggas mean they worked for everybody. Servants of the people. But those that was in the house were called the what? The coons. But it was represented those who really worked for Yah. It was more disciplined. These could dwell in the house. So we said these are the sons of Yah. They dwell in the house. Those on the outskirts working for the public. But Yah now will redeem all of us back to the what? to the house. That way we all become what? Servants of what? Yeah, one house. Like we said, we only servants in Yah only. That means under one house. Yeah, we said you can't serve two what? Masters. Exactly. We're not giving unto other nations to serve or to even to listen to their teachings. How they be like, it kills me how they be like, that's not black enough. So an Asian gonna tell me how black my black meter? You gonna teach me my Hebrew meter. Right? White person saying that's just it's not enough. You gonna tell me how that's how you know you look like a fool. If you even considering it. Because they don't have no teaching that they can truly help you with. Because you already are a Mr. Master. You know what I'm saying? You already have mastered those things. It's within your identity. That would say, I've already anointed you. You already have that spirit within you that comes from Yahusha. Yahusha is that spirit of identity. That's what he said. Those who have the spirit understands more than those who have the administration of the law or government of death. They don't get it. They like Darth Vader, for sure. Star Wars. They're all dressed in black, for sure. He says this, verse 10. In this, the children of Yah are manifested. See, now they are made known. The covering is taken off. And the children of the what? The devil are now, the curtain is now being what? Pulled. This is what we call it revelation. The curtain is being pulled now. Who are the wheats and who are the what? Tares. Tares represent torrents. Torrents are there to tear away like pirates. They come to seeking treasure, seeking places they could take over, seeking things that they can steal. So whosoever do not righteousness, see, those that are not trying to restore is not of who? Yah. He telling you they're not of Yah's government if they're not trying to restore. Neither is he that loveth not his what? Brother. That what that old he talking about. That hatred. For this is the message that you heard from the beginning, that we should what? Love one another. That means mercy. But that person who want to hate and hate even more is just a person that don't want to see you restore back to your former glory. Not as Cain, you see. He don't want you to be like Cain, who's talking about act like he was, but he was of what? The wicked one. And slew his what? Cast him down. Put him in the dirt. And why he slew him? Because his own works were what? Evil. See, he's trying to tell you, what is this government works? They're what? Evil, because they are not about restoring. That's why they want to kill you when you try to talk about what? Restoring, like as if their ministry is better. And it's not, because if their ministry was better, then let it be known. Where's your power? Show me your power that Yah is with you. But if you just try to kill me like Cain did Abel, you didn't prove that Yah was with you. Only thing you just proved is you was trying to cover it up. You trying to cover up your lies. Because if Yah is for you, then bring that conversation to the light. Let's go to Yah. Can we pray about it? Can we present this to Yah? If you really are a minister of Yah, and Yah has given you the power to do this, come, let's go to Yah. And they ain't going to do it because they know that, remember I told you, you might have power in this house, but can you take that power what? Anywhere and with you? Because if you can't bring that conversation before Yah, and Yah won't slap you down real fast, then we know that Yah never gave you the power to what? To do that. That's what that anointed power represents. Can you bring that power to Yah? Or will Yah say, for I never knew you? Man, I ain't tell you to do that. That's what he said, I did this in your name. I did that. But Yah gonna slap it what? Down and say, I never appointed you to take nothing from nobody. I never appointed you to take someone's land from them. I never appointed you, because everyone needs to have their own what? Land. Why? Because that represents, what does the land represent for you? Your identity. Common sense. You can't wipe out people's history. That's why you know that is a devil then. Because the devil seeks to wipe out. He say, the lust of your father, that's what you want to do. What do your daddy lust to want to do? Wipe out what? Identities. That's the lust right there. To consume. To take away identity. Wipe out lands. And he says, because his own works were evil and his brother was all about what? Righteousness. That's what he said. He was about restoring. That's why you wanted to kill them, because you knew that they'd come to establish a new government of what? Righteousness. A new government. Not this wicked government that are walking around wiping out identities. Marvel not, my brethren, if this world what? Hates. That's what he meant. Now that's that old hatred. It has returned. To understand, they swore they only brought you here because you needed to be civilized. They brought you here because you did not know who you were. You lost yourself along the way. And they was just here to bring you back to your right senses. Well, that has been done. It has been achieved. So why am I still here? Because they know you know your identity, but the devil was never trying to give you what? No liberty, no freedom, no rest, no peace. See that? He was a what? A liar. He was found to be a liar. He was never for your good. It was a deception. Like he tricked the Indians. Oh, we're coming for your good. He's not coming for no one's good. Only good he's looking out for is who? Him and his children. Understand that. That's why he says, we know that we have passed from death, see, unto life. Because we love the brethren. So we used to be of that mind, but now we what? We love the brethren. That's what he said. We love, meaning we restore our brethren. He that loveth not his what, brother, abideth what? In death. Because death is always about casting down. It keeps you in what? Debt. And whoever hated his brother is a what? Murderer. And you know that no murderer have what? Eternal life abiding in him. I mean, they don't have a future in them. Right? Okay. So Psalms 37, we almost done. No. We'll skip that. So there's some better points you need to understand. Go to John 3, 15 through 22. Because we needed to hear this out of Yahusha's mouth. Okay. John 3 and 15, right? So listen, how it is spoken. He said that whoever believeth in him should not perish, but have what?
Eternal life.
Eternal life. Exactly. Who believed in who? Who is he talking about right now? Yahusha, right? That's what he's telling you. See, because this is your identity. So if you have an identity, you will not perish, right? But you will have what? Eternal life, meaning you will always have a place in heaven if this is what you operate in. This is your power of identity, and to restore everyone's identity who have lost their way. That's what it means to return the lost sheep. For Yah so loved the world, talking about that government, that he gave his only begotten what? Son, that whoever believed in him should not perish but have what? Everlasting life. Yah sent not his son into the world to what? Condemn the world. There you go. But that the world through him might be what? Saved. See, that's what he's telling you. Yahusha did not come. That's what he said. That's not his ministry. It's to condemn and to tear down and destroy people's identities and cast them away as servants and slaves for public property. That is not what he does. But his very reason in coming is because he knew that that day was what? Coming. So he needed to get you prepared through identity now. Before he got crucified, let you know, they come. Who crucified? Wasn't it the Romans? So they was already creeping where? Into the land. He told them they already creeping here. And now when they crucified me, he told them what's going to happen to the land. Did they not take it? Huh? And from that day, have any of us returned? So he was letting you know it was coming. It was coming. So what he did was what no other one has done for their nation of people. Is that he made sure he gave his only begotten what? Son for us, that we would be restored. That was why he represented that principle for us. That spirit in us. The spirit of our land. That's why we yearn and mourn to wish that we could always what? Return. Because we know now where we come from. Right? And we no longer under the mindset that this is where we're born and raised and this is all it is. And whatever they want us to be. Not like Michael Jackson or Lil' Kim that just kind of say, well, we just whatever they want us to be. That no. But we have a distinction now. He said, but he that believeth on him is not condemned. That's what he said. But he that believeth not is already what? Condemned. So he's telling you, if you don't believe, you're going to be what? Because who's coming for you? I told when them ships pull up and dock. That's what he's telling you. Because they're already going to come. And when they come, they're going to tear you what? They're going to tear you down. It's already happening. Because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son. And this is, see, the condemnation. That light is coming to the world, meaning the light of restoring an identity. But men love what? Darkness rather than what? The light. Because their deeds were what? Yeah, we said like Cain hit his brother because he wanted to condemn, but Abel wanted to what? Restore. And Yah accepted who? Exactly. That's what he meant. That's why Abel was raised from the dead. Meaning come out of that captivity, that Abel. You can live. But your brother, that's coming to an end. Because he just wants to what? Condemn and steal, kill, and what? Destroy. That's what he said. Not like your brother. He said, so everyone that doeth evil hated what? Light. See, they hate that restoration doctrine. That's how you know they don't like you. Because they know the reason why they don't like me is because they know what I'm talking about is true. That Yah would prefer us to go back home than to stay here with you people. And they hate to hear that, don't they? They hate to hear that. He talking crazy. Nah. That's why they don't like me, because I would tell them to go home in a heartbeat. And they know their conversation ain't like that, is it? It's no, stay, work together. But if you work with them, what is they going to do to you? The devil's goal is to do what? He going to convert you. That's what that is. You ain't going to never return. That ain't for your good. Ain't no. If you buy into that work together stuff, you just invited your what? Whited yourself out. Because they're lying that they come to help you. If we work together, we all get a good deal. That ain't no, because I know you're lying. Because the minute you get a up, you're going to take advantage. I can help you right now. I would look like a fool trying to help you. Because I know if I help you, what's going to happen? I look like a fool helping white people. Because it doesn't come with a restoration. Ask all of those who have helped. Think about all the black celebrities who have given in to that lie. That's why they call them the ministrations of death. Ask all of them who became teachers, ministers, singers to try to promote this captivity. Which one of them went back to the homeland? They all still slaves here. So they're lying to you about if you do like us celebrities, other black celebrities who have sold our souls, you will be free. Where they at? They not free. So none of them have returned back to their land. Not one. That's how you know now that they have now truly have become liars. Because if they was doing you some good, where is the good that you spoke of? Not everybody lost their mind. What about the ones that are in their right state of mind? Why? So you mean to tell me not one of us, not one, is doing right, living right? Not one? Huh? You mean to tell me not one? Not one. So that's their greatest lie. That what? Because they know the rules. Listen, the day you like Jacob, remember with his father-in-law? The day he started doing good and became whole, he was supposed to what? Let him what? Let him go. But the lie is that you still not right yet. You still off. You still not, no. We can't, no. We need to supervise you a little bit. Matter of fact, even more so because it even looked like you was close to getting out of here. No. We really need to watch this one. So you watching me to let me go one day, or you watching me to further? See, which one are you watching me over for? That would say they patrolling, everyone officers, everyone trying to board, you patrolling for? You patrolling because you're looking for the good ones? Oh, look at a good one right there. We can let you go. We seen your work. We seen you out here. You've been working hard, baby. You free. Which one do they do? Which one of them do they do that to? But so what are they really watching and hovering for? Make sure you don't get out. See, it's not for the officers ain't patrolling the streets to look for people that they gonna free. They ain't going back telling them, oh, I seen one over here, boy, that one was preaching good and they living right. They done got themselves together. Their identity is back. It's time to let them go. They ain't reporting that back. They ain't monitoring that for that. Trust me, they ain't tapping phones for that. We just looking for those that are doing good so we can send them back. That's what Herod said about Yahusha when he was a little baby. He said, they came and told him, say, you know, it's gonna be the son gonna be born, and he's the inheritor. He gonna inherit the whole nation of Israel. He really is their king. He said, for real? But he was the king of Israel at the time. He was like, for real? I need to meet this one. Where he at? Let me give him some gifts ready for him. Show me where he at. Point him to me. So he sent the 3 wise men to go find the boy. In the manger, they said, according to the story. But when they met him, they never came back and told him because he already knew that nigga ain't finna bless you if he find you. When he finds you, he gonna kill you because that mean he gonna lose his what? Job and title and position. Now, and you think he finna go, oh, that's the king? Okay, I was just keeping it warm for you. You really think he finna come up off that chair? You mean that's the real king of Israel? Okay, I was just keeping it warm for you. Take your chair. I couldn't wait to meet you. Here you go. I kept it clean for you. They clean though. I wiped the crown off. I just got it polished. Here you go. This is yours. I was just kind of keeping it warm for you. You really think that anybody who supposed to be a substitute is actually waiting for the real teacher to come back?
No.
So that's what this government is. It represents the substitute. But is they really waiting for the real teacher to return? Because they know what it means for them. That's why they got to keep you in what? Debt. That way you can never what? Return. They don't want the prodigal son to return. They don't want you to repent. They don't want you to get it together. That's why they had to mix up everything and mess up everything and put officers and people on the streets and tap our phones, give us salary. We got to watch over these people. But it wasn't for our good you watching over us. We understand now what you watching over because we know that now you getting scared because you are found to be a what? A liar. You're not the real teacher. You're not the real government. You are a fiction or a figment of our what? Imagination. Or your own imagination. Because you ain't true. Because you ain't appointed. Because remember, if you was appointed by Yah, why you running the minute we say the day about to break? You talking about, let me go. I need to get out of here. Hold on. That's why Jacob holding on to the angel like, why you got to leave now? What you mean? Let me go before the day. That mean, hold on, just because you mean to tell me because y'all coming, you gotta go? But if you my teacher and y'all appointed you here, when y'all come, you can still stand in your position, right? You ain't got nowhere to go. Oh, y'all here? Because that's what Jacob like, I ain't got nowhere to be. I ain't got nowhere to go. I can stand here. My name is Jacob, right? I'm still who I am. Yeah. But why you need to leave in a hurry? Why you gotta go to space all of a sudden? Why you trying to get out of here all of a sudden? Right? Why you need spaceships and dig what they call them, little bunkers. And why are you going out on the ground and finding holes in the rocks to try to go climb in and go? Well, where you going? Just because y'all coming? I thought you'd be happy to see you. So that meant you what? They are liars. That's why everybody trying to flee and get somewhere. Why you gotta go now? Y'all appointed you, right? Y'all word don't come back void, so he ain't gonna be mad if he see you wearing your daddy clothes. Right? Is he gonna be mad if he see you wearing your mama clothes? No, because that's your clothes, right? That's what you said. But why they drooping out for you? And why them shoes too big for you? Clown shoes, yes, exactly. So you know that they have been what? Lying about that's who they truly was. That ain't who you is. You can stop lying. Take that monkey stuff out. Right. I would say they don't bring it to the light. Right. Okay. So, go to James 1. Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Go to Psalms 19, 7 through 14 right quick. So you can understand, yeah. Go to Yah 19.
Psalms 19.
Mm-hmm. Psalms 19, 7 through 14. Listen, look how he says it. That's how you know. Whenever you operating with Yah, he tells you how it works. The law of Yah is perfect. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Makes you whole. See, whenever you do operate with what Yah told you to do, what is it supposed to do to a person? Make them what? Perfect and whole. Converting the what? The soul. The testimony of the Lord is what? Sure. See, that's a sure foundation. Making wise the what? See, it even take minorities and turn them into what? The majorities. Yeah, he said the law of Yah is transforming in such a way it restores. It makes things better. So that's how you know the difference if someone's saying they working with Yah and someone who's not working with Yah. He says, because the statutes of the Lord are right, rejoice in the heart. The commandments of the Lord is pure, enlightening what? The eyes. See, you can see you more clarity. That means sense of what? Direction. Even in who you know who you are, your identity. The fear of the Lord is what? Clean. See, enduring forever. The judgment of the Lord are true and righteous. What? All together. See, more to be desired than they than what? Gold. See, to be rich. Yeah, they are much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. See, moreover, by them is thy servants what? Warned. And in keeping them is great what? Reward. See, you do with Yah, it's going to bring you back. See, when you do, see, Yah ain't for to tear you down. That's what he means. Yah didn't come to what? Condemn. He's not in the business of condemn. Doing right by, doing what Yah tell you to do. I always said, man don't live by bread alone, but by every word that what? Yah has spoken. So he's telling you, if Yah spoke it, Yah wants to restore you. Reward you. So, if you listen to this one, and you've been working for this one for years, and you still in that, how they call it, dead end, they giving you the hint. Why you think they call it dead? Because it's going to end in what? And you ain't never accomplished what? Nothing. Because they still going to take it all, ain't you? For them. Listen. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me of my secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins, and let them not have dominion, see, over me. Then shall I be what? Upright, and I shall be innocent from the great what? See, that would mean the great spoil and the great condemning. Let thy words of my mouth, see, and the meditation of my heart be acceptable, be received in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my what? My redeemer. So that's what he's telling you. If they operating for Yah, it's supposed to be rewarded. See, if I do what you tell me to do, shouldn't it come with the benefits of, oh, you did right? He said, what Yah would tell you to do something, but it comes with no reward? Right? That's the very reason why you know it's Yah. I would say Yah is my rewarder, right? For those who he's a rewarder of those who what? Diligently what? Seek him. That's what he meant. If you want to know the truth, I'll tell you the truth, and it's going to restore you if you just what? Do as I tell you. It's going to give you a sense of direction. It's going to enlighten the eyes. It's going to be a sweet, sweeter than honey, man. You're going to have a good ending. And it won't be an ending. It'll just be your what? New what? Beginning. That's what he's telling you. It's going to be the sweet life. Sweet life means retirement. It comes with that. And retirement doesn't mean that you retired from work altogether. No. Because did Jacob retire from work altogether? No. He just told him once he got all his stuff and all his animals and all his people, it just meant now he labors for who? For Yah. That means take care of your people. That's still a work, though, ain't it? It's just not a work no longer of working for the enemies anymore. That's all that represents. Liberty means it's liberty now to work for who? What? Yah's people. Like Moses. Moses was free from being working under Pharaoh so that he could work for Yah to take care of what? Yah's people. It's a difference. But did he quit work? No. He just got transferred from one work, what? To a greater work. See, you can either work on earth or you can work where? That's where you want, because doing Yah's business is more profitable than doing the world's business. Because he said the devil speaks of his own. He mean he only wants you to take care of what? His people. Then you stuck dead end, because that's not going to get you up. Because remember, working for them, there's no transfer of wealth. That's what they're trying to tell you. You working for them, you will always stay where? In debt, slave, and you'll never get that freedom that they always promise you, that American dream of having your freedom and you free now, free to go. You retired, you free. Only Yah can give you that what? Freedom. That's what he tells you, because Yah will give you the freedom not to say you quit work altogether, but the freedom to work for Yah's people. That's why Yahusha said, I work for Yah and Yah alone. He's telling you, I'm working for Yah's people. I'm not here to work for you and your people. See, that's the difference when you get transferred over from one realm to the other. Right? So you have to understand that Yah is not making, when he said, who the Son set free is free indeed. Indeed means to still work, but work now for what? Yah's people. Now you are now in the house of Yah. You understand everything Yah got going on. You know what Yah's plan is. You know what he's about, righteousness. You know he's about mercy, right? And you know he's about cutting the light on and not turning the light what? Off in nobody's house. Right? You ain't supposed to come around there disconnecting lights. Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. No. That ain't what you there to do. Disconnect people's power, cut off people's water, and condemn them and force them out. But no. You're supposed to be there to make sure that they understand who they are, and what are their responsibilities, and to be held accountable for what they know they're supposed to do. That's it. That's what ministers of Yah are. And taking nothing unto they what? Selves. But everything they receive, they get it from who? Yeah. Through prayer, right? Mm-hmm. I know somebody said, if you get hungry, you don't sit there and say, okay, I'm going to make these niggas some slaves. So in order to make them a slave to you, you have to first, now I come to understand that truth now. In order to make someone a slave, you have to first condemn them or put them in what? Debt. So that's how you're going to know if you caught red-handed like that. If you walk around putting people in debt. If you walk around signing people up and then hit them with nah, you owe me a favor now. I don't need you to do nothing for me. Right? But if you walk around here steady trying to find ways to bind people down, that's what they mean. Put them in debt so that they owe you something. Then you operating as the devil. Because remember, the devil ain't here to bless. He said, I'm here to steal, what? Kill, and what? And destroy. And make sure that my people can live good off of your back. And you gonna get what? Nothing. That's why even I was free. I had to make sure, like, even during this time of my eldest daughter, I had to remember, let her go. Because she was upset about it, because she didn't understand, but I knew what I had to do. Because I needed her to live her what?
Right.
And I did not want her to stay here as no what?
Slave.
Exactly. So you're not indebted to me. You owe me what? Nothing. You go ahead and live your what? Your life. And that liberty and work for Yah. That's it. That was the only thing she needed to do. Never to say you owe me anything. You got to stay here and work for us. Me and my children. No. Don't work like that. No one's enslaved or indebted to nobody. Right? She had to go take care of her own family and her own flock. And so that's the truth. That's what liberty represents. You're not here to bind nobody or condemn nobody or put someone in debt and feel like they owe you something. Because nobody owes you what? Nothing. If you need something, just pray. Y'all got you. But continue in your work. Y'all will free you in due season. Right? But just know who you are. And know where you come from. Understand your identity. Hebrews 7, and that's the last chapter. We will close with that. I love Hebrews 7. I try not to get too worked up in it. He said, for this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High Yah, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed them. You see, he had the slaughter of the what? Kings. Kings represent all those that was trying to make you be servants of them. These are all of the kings of the other nations. Right? Trying to always keep you indebted. Because at that time, Abraham, they tried to take his nephew Lot into what? Captivity. And so we had to go free his nephew. And so he came back bloody. But yet and still he did meet Melchizedek, king of Salem. To whom also Abraham gave a tenth part of all. First being interpretation that king, he was the king of what? Righteousness. So that's called being a what? A master. See? Melchizedek represented the master of what? Righteousness. So he knew the rules to righteousness. He knew the qualifications to righteousness. So through him you could receive it. And he knew the work. And after that, he also was the king of Salem, which is interpreted what? King of what? So he also knew what is the mastery of what roles a person had to take to receive what? Peace. So these was the two things that he had mastered. So that means he was given the treasures of it. That means he held those two things within his treasure box of things that if you ever needed to know how to do what is righteous or to how to get peace from Yah, you had to talk to who? Melchizedek. Exactly. He says, so without fear, without mother, without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of days, so he's giving you some of the qualifications. But made like unto the sons of who? Yah. And he abided a priest what? Continually, meaning forever. Meaning his priesthood doesn't what? Change. Continually mean forevermore. His priesthood represent government. Now he says he without a father, right? Talking about of other nations and some of the foolish ones of Israel, right? He had nobody that said, I made him who he is. See, no father, no mother. I taught him everything he know, right? Without descent, right? Meaning descent. He was never considered or ever found to be a public what? Without descent. Meaning he never left his throne. to go to what? How they said that's beneath you. He never lowered his what? His standards at all. That's what descent means. Having neither beginning of days, meaning no one gave him his kingdom, nor end of life. And nobody never said it was going to end. So he's telling you no man had what? Appointed him or what? Anointed him. That's what he's saying right there. You hear that? Mm-hmm. That nobody gave him this title. That's what they're trying to say. Who made him who he was and who gave him the rules and the instructions, right? But who did? Yeah. We know it was only by Yah. That's what he's trying to say. He became king by Yah and Yah only. Nobody gave him the title. No man-made title. Nobody gave him a name tag. But this was all appointed and established by Yah. And he says, and he abided that what? Forever, continually. Now consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave a tenth of his spoils to. Right? And verily, they that are the sons of Levi, who receive the office of the priesthood, see, officers, have a commandment to take tithes of the people, to convert the people according to the what? The law. So taking tithes represents to do what? Convert. That is, of their brethren, though they come out of the loins of Abraham. So talking about who told them that they could tax their own brethren? Right? Who told them they can turn their brethren into public what? Servants. See, nobody gave them that. That is not of their teaching. 6. But he who dissent is not counted from them, received the tithes of Abraham. See, he was not counted from them, meaning he didn't come from that government. You hear me? Mm-hmm. And blessed him that had the promises. So without all contradiction, he want to let you know, trying to figure out who blessed who. He's trying to let you know, well, did the public bless him or did he bless the public? He's trying to tell you what? The less is blessed of the what? Of the better. So who blessed who? Melchizedek blessed what? The public. Right. He blessed Abraham. He told him that you do this. What he had in one hand was what? What's the two things he had? He was king of? Righteousness. And peace. See? One hand he had righteousness, other hand he had peace. And said, these are the two things I offer you. So he said, bread and wine. I offer you a life. That's what he said. I offer you that if you take these two things, you shall never perish. I will offer you a work, an employment. If you do these two things, you will prosper. You will have a retirement. You'll live the sweet life. Did he say that? This is the laws of who? Yeah. So, and here men that die receive tithes, but there he received them. See, of whom it is witness that he what? Lived. So he never died. But he said he was greater. He's trying to tell you that his ministry was greater what? Than the Levites' ministry. That's what he's trying to tell you. Which is government. And as I may say so, now, Levi also who received tithes, paid tithes in what? Abraham. So he said even Levi, the administrator of tithes, even he had to pay what? Tithes. That's what he's saying. Even he had to honor who? Melchizedek. That's what he's telling you. Through Abraham. For he was yet in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met Abraham. So yeah, even Levi, his priesthood government had to still bow down to what? The government of what? Melchizedek, which was greater and more superior. Restoring is more superior than condemning. That's what he's trying to share with you. So if therefore perfection were made by this priesthood or government, for under it the people receive what? The laws. What further need, if it was, remember we just go back to what he said in Psalms, if it was perfect, what need was there that another priest should arise after the order of what? Melchizedek, and not be called after the order of Abel. That's what he's saying. So if the laws that these people operate, the government that they have now in place, if it was perfect, then there would be no need for what? Change. It would be no need for it. But how do you know it's a need for it? Because everybody who has went through their system cries out to Yah and says, that system needs to what? Change. Ain't that's what everybody's saying? Everybody who's going through this. Now you hearing people crying out from other nations. Like, hold on, this ain't what it is. So now everybody is saying this system, this government, this Babylon, no way. This ain't what's up. It's corrupt. Because they really just taking people's lands. They're not sitting there doing us no good. Why do we need them to police us? When all they're doing is robbing, stealing, and what? Killing. Right. That's what he's saying. What need was there? Because he said if it was law, remember we read what Yah law said. Yah law converts. It's perfect. It don't need to what? Change because it's good. It restores. It rewards people. So that meant that law ain't the same law I just heard them say. I heard them say they're going to be kicked out the land and they ain't going to never return. I just heard, oh, what? That ain't the same law I just heard y'all just say. That was not perfect. That didn't make no one whole. You just straight up jacked them. That's all that was. Under the cover of what? The administration saying we and under God we trust. Yeah, we working for who? God appointed us the government. You sure? Y'all did not what? Appoint them. Exactly. That's what he's saying. 12. For the priesthood being what? Change. There is made of necessity. Now, if that's therefore a change, that government change, it will also be a change of their what? Law. Because it's not the law of what anymore? Condemning, but of the law of what? Righteousness. That is the new government, and that is going to be the law of that what? Government. A government of restoring. That's why this goes first in order to establish what? The second. Why do you think this one went first? To show us what? How messed up it is. Exactly. That's why he need to put it out there first so that you appreciate what's going to come what? Later. And you're going to realize this thing with Jacob is better than this stuff with Esau. See, but at first the people who bought into it with Esau's lie, they thought it was good, didn't they? Other nations like, man, we living good. But now they starting to realize that nigga lied. He lied. Now they're going to realize that Jacob's law was what? Going to be way better. We're going to take that one. That's the ministry of what? Restoring. Because we do want to go back. Mexico, I want to go back to Mexico. Only way they're going to get it is through Esau law or Jacob. It's going, so they're going to, so that's what I mean. They're going to have to convert onto Jacob. Because that's the only way it's going to be done. Under the Jacob's government. Not under Esau's government.
They already confessed.
Mm-hmm. Right. So that's what he said. For he of whom these things are spoken pertaining to another tribe, of which no man gave attendance at the altar. I mean, nobody anointed him. For it is evident that the Lord sprang out of what? Judah. Because what are he trying to say? The kings come out of where? They own where? Brethren. That we said he came out of what? Judah. He's Hebrew. Of which tribe Moses spoke nothing concerning priesthood, meaning government. What you mean? And it is yet far more evident that after the similitude of Melchizedek, there arise another what? Priest or government who is made not after the law of the first, of a carnal command, but after the power of a what? Endless identity in life. Meaning you get your stuff back. And that time it will be endless. And for he testified, thou art priest, what? This government going to be for how long? Forever, after the order of what? Melchizedek. Telling you, this is going to be after the order of righteousness and peace. That was his order. You have to be restoration, the only way you shall receive what? Peace. Exactly. For there is a verily a disannulling of the first commandment going before. For what now? Why they're going to get rid of it? Because it for the weakness and what? Unprofitability, meaning it does not restore. It has no profit in keeping it. There's no profit in helping this government. It does not restore. It does not help people. It does not change people for the better. It just robs and then wipes you out. Blots you what? Blot you out of your own inheritance. That's what's the unprofitability of it. Meaning if you do it, there's no reward. And weakness because it what? It turns you into somebody you what? You're not. You lose your what? Identity. And that was the weakness of it. For the law made nothing what? Perfect. See, it doesn't do us no good. It doesn't make us right. Remember, but y'all say his law makes things what? Perfect. But he said their law is not going to make things what? Perfect. They not mean it doesn't make us whole. It doesn't, there's no restoring in it. But bring it in of a better hope. This hope did. By which he draw nigh unto Yah. See? Inasmuch not with an oath he made priests. For whose priests were made without an oath. But this is with an oath. By him that said unto him, the Lord swear. See? He made it by an oath. He promised. And will not repent. Thou art a priest forever after the order of what? Melchizedek. And where's the priest come from? What color?
Hebrew.
It had to be Hebrew. That's what he said, from amongst the tribe of what? Judah. It does not come in no other color or variation. There is no other kings, a prince, or queens over Israel of other nations and colors. Okay? But so much was Yahusha made the surety of a better what? Testament. And there truly were many priests, see, many governments, because they were not suffered to continue by reason of what? Death. Meaning, remember Babylon? Babylonians, remember under King Nebuchadnezzar? Gone. What about the civilization of, what's the other one? The first Babylon man. His kingdom is gone. What about King Alexander? His kingdom is what? Gone. What about Caesar? His kingdom is what? By reason of what? Death. Because they went through lands what? Condemning. And now their kingdom got what? Torn down. Where's Asgard? Gone. It's just gone. If it was, it ain't here no more. What about Atlantis? What about Egypt? Think about it. They're gone. It's letting you know that all these governments will be coming what? And they will go. But what establishment will be stayed forever? The government of who? Melchizedek, which is under Yahusha, right? Under his watchful eye. That is the government. And he's not watching to condemn. He said, I didn't come to condemn, but to what? My watchful eye is to what? Restore. I'm looking for people to reward, not looking for people to what? Tear down. Exactly. He said, but this man, it's 24, because he continued forever, see, has an unchangeable what? Priesthood or government. Wherefore he is able to save them to the uttermost that come unto him under Yah by him. See? From what is the uttermost? He can save you from the what? Do it again. From no matter how deep you have fallen. He can reach down from the uttermost, the guttermost, and restore you back what? If you come through Yah, through him. Notice that if you come through righteousness, you shall receive your reward, which is peace. Meaning if you come unto Jacob, you come unto Israel, it's going to be for your blessing. That's why he said, blessed is everyone who bless Israel, and cursed is what? Everyone who try to condemn Israel is going to condemn you. He tried to tell you. Because these people are the government. They're there to make sure you would have had your homeland. But you want to cast them down and take away their nation, you're going to only lose what? Your nation. Because you put up Esau as your leader instead of putting up Jacob, who would have restored your people. That's one thing about Jacob. Jacob, the land of Israel, ain't never took no land from nobody. No. You hear me? They don't walk around taking people lands, right? That's not how Israel moves. It's only one nation of people who do that. Who was that? Mm-hmm. Nahum 3. Nahum. Nahum. Look at this. He says, so woe to the bloody city. Yeah. It is all full of what? Lies and robbery. They pray, departeth not, meaning their captives depart not, meaning they ain't never set nobody what? Free. The noise of a whip, and the noise of the rattling of the wheels, and of the prancing horses, and of the jumping chariots. The horsemen lift up both the bright sword and the glittering spear, and there is a multitude of slain, a great number of carcasses, and there is no end of their corpse. They stumble upon their corpse. Because of the multitude of whoredom of the well-favored harlot, talking about Babylon, the mistress of witchcraft, and this is how you know it's America. Because listen, it says, that selleth nations through her whoredom, and families through her witchcraft. Now, if this ain't America, who else? Is there any other people or nation of people that sells nations and lands? Who? Who has went around here and sold a whole nation? America. America is the only place. That's how you knew who they were talking about. He said, you sold a whole nation. Now, who you know then sold a whole people to another set of people? Only America. So now you understand who is Babylon. Who are the children of the devil. They sell nations. Now, how much money you got to have to sell a nation? Because it ain't no price. How much money do you got? You know what is a nation? A whole nation of people. And their land and their territory and their region and their coast. How do you do that? How much money it takes? So that meant you had to, before you could do that, you had to do what? Let me read that again, because I don't think you understood. Nahum 3, verse 4. We there? Nahum 3, verse 4. He said, because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favored harlot. Let you know he's talking about Babylon. But now you're finna find out who Babylon is. Listen, the mistress of witchcrafts. See, that's what she knows. She lies. That selleth what? How big is that? Who has sold nations? How much money you gotta have? Because they're not selling it. How do they sell it? How do you sell a nation? By doing what? Huh? Steal, kill, and destroy the people, the land, uproot them out of their land, and then sell the land to whomever want to buy it, to the public. Now you see Gaza just got that. Is that what it means? You selling nations. Who else does that? To let you know who the children of the devil is. Who sells nations? Who have you known to sell a nation? But America. But who? America sells nations. That means they steal what? Land. And then what? Resell it. There is no other people who does that on the face of this earth. But who? America. That's let you know who Babylon is. Because she sells what? You want that land over there? Okay, watch this. Give me about a month. I'm finna kill everybody in there, run everybody out, still out. Then I can, you want how much you want that land? You want some golf courses, some malls? What you want right there? Some mansions? Now that land is yours. How much? Give me a look. I heard the other day they told me they sold water to this couple who bought. Remember they bought the water. How you buy water? How you buy 70% of the world's water? How can you? That would say they sell it nations. Like, how do you sell that? How do you sell water? How can you just sell it? Oh, you want to buy it? Okay. Nigga, no, that water belongs to it. How do you just sell it? Like he said, they sell nations. How do you sell it? Huh? How do you sell Africa to somebody? I just want to know. Tell me. How can you sell Africa to somebody?
You gotta uproot it.
You have to uproot everybody. Exactly. How do you just sell it? I never heard of that. That's what but it's telling you right here. He letting you know at Babylon selleth nations through her whore and families. See, that's slaves through her witchcraft. Letting you know that's America right there. So they not there to prosper anybody. What they there to do? When they go to call, they say America calls itself the world power. So everywhere America bring their battleships and stuff to, when they land on that land, like Africa, or if they go to Asia, what they finna do? They finna take it over. And then what they said they finna do after that? And sell it. Sell it. Sell. How do you kick all these people out of their home? How you gonna kick all the Africans out and say we're gonna sell your land? How do you do that? Because we know that they ain't gonna negotiate no price. So that's letting you know exactly how they gonna do it, right? Steal, kill, and what? And murder everybody on their land until they uproot you up out of there. And then now your place becomes what they call vacant, house for rent, property for sale. How do you do that? But this is the thing I want to understand. How do you take Africa away from the Africans? How do you take Mexico away from Mexicans? See, because it doesn't come with a price. You can't just take their stuff. That's their land. See what I'm saying? But before you can do it, you have to do what? Change the what? Identity. You get why he want to change it first. He has to call it Gulf of what? He has to steal the identity. And then he can put for sale. But who gonna buy it? Meaning who all can afford it, first of all? Who can afford it? He gonna tell you who only can afford it. Only the devil said for who? Him and his what? Exactly. He gonna make it affordable for them. But if you try to go over there and buy, no, you just ain't got. Nigga, you trying to buy a nation? Nigga, you ain't got enough. But let them come over there. Oh yes, $1.99. You came at the time of a special. Dirt cheap. That's what it mean. They would sell them off, just like they did your land. They sold Israel to these fake people. Now they over there living it up. Jewish. Told you the first kids, they have to uproot you and then change the what? The name and identity, right? Then they can call it their property. Sad, ain't it? But I just want y'all to see that because it was mighty interesting when I heard the word sell nations. I said, whoa, who got enough to sell a whole nation? Then I realized he's talking about who? America was the only one. That's what they call themselves a world power. They was the only one capable of doing it. That let you know who Babylon is. They revealed themselves. That would say they will be found to be what? Liars. Walking around, stealing people's lands. So with that, that's going to conclude our family. I just wanted you to understand those things. That's the spilled blood. Right? Because yes, spilled blood meaning it's a teaching that's no what? No good. We can't drink that, right? We can't eat that. It's not for us to receive. But now you understand who you are and who are the children of the devil. Okay? Now that you know who you are and what you represent to Yah, and for those who not representing that and who they are. It's going to be a war. We all know it. Because the children of the light have to fight what? The children of the dark. Well, how you know you ain't got no choice but to fight? Because if you don't fight, you're going to be whited out. I'm telling you now. You have no choice. And these other nations going to realize that too. But it's vice versa. The children of the light represented the melanated people. Versus the children of the dark, which you thought represented the white, the people, which they do. But they, the darkness, just represents, they have a teaching of taking, of a teaching of condemning, tearing down, and that's how they live their lives. It would say Esau lives by the sword. Now, everyone's going to have to make a decision. And he told you that a long time ago. You couldn't serve two masters. So who you going to serve? You going to serve Yah? Or you going to serve the devil and his children? That was the key. He said it. Those who bless Israel shall be blessed, and those who curse Israel shall be what? Cursed. And you can't curse what Yah has what? Blessed. And you can't bless what Yah has what? Cursed. So you know you had to make a choice. Or they're going to be knocking at a door near you, saying God said. And you already know that they are what? Liars. Two things. Yah ain't appointed them no officers, not if they come to cast down. And number two, Yah has not appointed them over you neither. All of your people always will come from where? Within. Amongst your brethren. Of your descent. Ain't no Yahusha's white Jesuses over you. There's no white teachers. There's no other race of people that can teach you your identity. That's why they don't, do they? All your teachers you done had, who teaches you your identity? That's why I say preachers will come in your own shade. Not of another race, not of another color, because these are the ones that are ordained by Yah to show you your what? Identity. How do you know? Last point. Because of Moses. When Moses met the children of Israel, they was in Egypt. And they was captive. And they was losing their identity badly. But by the grace of Yah, he sent Moses as a little boy into the house of Pharaoh. Now, it was a reason why Moses had to go into the house of Pharaoh. It's because he needed to get a hold of some of the ancient books. Because the library was in Egypt. And Egypt had all the old people and where they come what? From. Moses ran across the book of Israel. You hear me? Mm-hmm. And he understood about what? Abraham what? Isaac and what? Jacob. So he had to get the people out the land so he could restore them to their true what? Identity. Because he found out the information when he was in Pharaoh's house. So he was permitted to teach Israel. Appointed to. Because he had to learn the ancient secrets first. That was why Yah sent him under the house of Pharaoh. To be taught. It's in the lost books.
Is it a lost book?
Yeah, I'll show it to you. I'll let you know.
You never seen
Well, he found the teachings, the ancient teachings of his people. He found it because the same books were taken from Egypt and brought to Babylon when they destroyed Egypt. Those same books were taken. They took those books to Babylon. They stored them in their registries. And the Edomites came over there and took the books from them. That's how you got the Bible. Right. See, now you think you got the Bible today. The book been established. But what had happened was, when every time the kingdom takes over a kingdom, they take away all their libraries and they take all their books and hold them in what they call a vault. And that vault keeps everyone's what? History. Why? Because they don't want to forget who's who. The key is for the kings and stuff not to forget who's who out of everybody. So if anytime they're looking at people like, okay, let's go back and look at the census. Oh, these people, this is where they come from. So all the kings, when they go take over new land, they take all of their history too. And they put it in their votes. And they're educated about what they learned about you. Now their goal is, once they get you, is to take that away from who? You, because they need you to become a public what? Servant. But they still keep records and documents of where you came from. They'll keep it to themselves, never willing to reveal it to you, until another nation comes and throws them into what? Captivity. And then they take the books and identities, and they hold it. And they read them. Yes, they study them. They read them like, oh, this is where they came from. Oh, somebody goes over those books, goes over those census, goes over that. And so that's restored. And so they keep it and hold it off, because they know it's very important to always know where a person what? Came from. That's how you got the Bible. Because the Bible is a collection of books that was taken from one people. So when the Edomites went to Babylon, after Babylon destroyed Egypt and took all their scrolls and stuff, then what came to Babylon was what? The Greeks, which was the white people. They came and took everything from them. And then they went back to Egypt and defaced all their stuff, right? Broke the noses and stuff. Remember that period? That was when they were stealing all of their stuff, all of their education, so they can keep all those books. Because every civilization always teach their children. Right? Same way you got Harvard, these universities. So if this land was to get overrun, let's say, case scenario, let's say Africa came over here and took America hostage. Of course, they're going to go into all them universities, right? All these campuses, and they're going to take all the what? All the books. So they can learn what? Whatever education you were teaching those people. And they're going to keep that for them what? For themselves. And then they're going to teach you what? And then create a school and then teach you their what? Education. Which was nothing of what you learned when you was in your homeland. Like they doing now, right? Christopher Columbus, right? But your books they didn't give you, did they? Your education, your history books were gone. So that's how they do it. But do they still have those books? Of course they do. So every time one nation takes over another, they take the whole, you're not just taking the people. You're taking the people, you're taking the land, and you're taking their culture. That's their education. Everything they were. Everything their origins, their stories, their histories. And they lock it down. And tell them that they'll never learn this again, at least they return back. So yes, Moses, when he was in Egypt, he found the heritage in Egypt. Because Egypt they said he was a student of Egypt. He had to study and learn. He was very well educated in Egypt. That's why Moses had to go under the house of Pharaoh in the first place. He was taught everything that every Pharaoh in the house of Pharaoh knew. Talking about the young boys. So he knew. He knew. That's why when he seen our people out there, he was like, it's a shame. People like, and Yahusha, when he seen us, he said the same thing. It's a shame. He said, people look like sheep without no what? Sheep without no shepherd. Just lost in the what? Lost in the sauce. Don't know their identity. Shepherd represented their identity and their sense of direction. And the Yahusha is our shepherd. That's what we said, the sense of our direction. So he went to restore that to them. That's why he brought them. That was why he brought them to the mountain and brought them the teachings and said, okay, this, people, this is who you are. And that's what Moses revealed. That's what they call it, the law. But it was nothing more but they what? Identity. And he said, now this is where you can, wherever you go now, you're going to be established as what? This. You can go anywhere in the world, people are going to recognize you from these laws and this discipline that you have to discipline yourself in no matter where you went. And we will know you. He said, we know the tree by its what? See, that fruit represents your education. We know you by your conversation. We know you by your demeanor. We know in how you carry yourself. Your discipline is how we know who you are. Like he said, a lion cannot change its stripe. And we said, if you see it's an orange on it, you know what type of tree what it is. We know how it educated you. We know who you are. We know what type of teacher you have. That would say we know the fruit, the tree by its what? Fruit. Fruit is the student. It's the teaching in itself. We know where you got that ancient teaching from, tree. We know who you are, family tree. We know you. So you can go anywhere in the world, they know who you are. That's what he said, our conversation even is in heaven. We go there and we be fine. Because they know we ain't doing them but telling them what? The truth. Right? So yes, Moses definitely was well educated of who we were. That's why it was given to him to restore us to our proper selves. That was why he took us out of Egypt. And Yah had appointed him. Appointed men given by Yah to teach. Given by Yah to preach. Given by Yah to be distributed only unto his people. A shepherd. That's what a shepherd is. To lead the what? Lead the way. That's what they represent. And so that was who he was. And he said, now someone's coming after me, just like me, unto y'all, of your brethren, made it clear to say, just like me. And Moses was a what?
Hebrew.
A Hebrew too. Look it up. Was Moses Hebrew? Just ask Google right now. Was Moses Hebrew? Yes. And he said, one just like me will come of your brethren, talking to the people, and they was Hebrew what? Too. Look it up. And him you shall hear. Who was he talking about? Yahusha. So that let you know what color he was. He was not of no other race. He was not of no other peoples. That's when he said that you'll be found to be what? Liars. You did that so you can destroy our heritage, that you can destroy our independence, that you can destroy our identity. But this is who we were. And in these last days too, the only reason why we're able to get up out of this now, he said, because whom the Son set free is what?
Free.
A son is a very great educator. That's what it means. The free indeed mean you're going to be well what? Taught. Who you what? Who you are. Those that know who you are set what?
Free.
Exactly. But those who don't know they are, that's why they remain a slave, because they're going to call you what? A minority, meaning you as a person that don't know your way. You still a child. You don't understand nothing. You don't get it. You don't see it. But those that are well educated, trust me, that's who y'all going to take out of what? Captivity. He already said it. The mature fruit. Meaning the mature teachers, those that are very excellent in teaching the way of Yah. That's who leaves. And those that will be instructed of Yah. That's who leaves. But those of us that don't care about it, those that don't know about it, those that ain't getting it, ain't figuring it out by now, those will have a time permitted for them to learn. But if they don't learn, then we already know what's coming for them. We know Esau is going to be on a tear. To tear down. Because he knows, like a roaring lion, he's going to go to and fro seeking what? Whom he may what? Devour. Meaning because they don't know. They don't know themselves. I can tear them down because I'm going to accuse them of what? Well, now you see what is he accusing you of? Identity. Identity theft. He's saying that you don't know no better. You ain't figured it out. You ain't became a man or a woman yet. You're not mature. You're still uncivilized. You still need to be taught more. You need more lessons. You need more teachings. You need to be taught perfect etiquette. You need to be taught English all over again, history. But for them it's just a reprogramming of lies. So while they lying to you, Yahusha is going between the scenes and what? Teaching you correct. But that is one thing they can't cast you down on once they know that Yahusha has taught you. That we said only through Yahusha will you be taught. Through him you won't be cast down. I mean they can't find nothing to cast you down by, because they know you know. The sin is not what you think. It's not the sin of, oh, I said this or did that. No, the sin is, do you know who you are? And if they see that you don't, you belong to them. Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Exactly. That's why Yah says the day you lose your mind, the day you lose your way, you're going to be met by a devil. That's the scripture. The day you ran away, the day you're going to be met by what? A devil. Saying, where you going? You ever seen that story with Little Red Riding Hood? That's what that means. You're going to be met by a devil. Where you going? What you doing? Where you headed? Well, I was going to go to Grandma's house where I can deliver these muffins. That's where you were going? And then she began to look and say, well, oh my, what big eyes you have. Oh my, what big teeth you have. Oh my, what big ears you have. He said, the better to eat you with. Because you about to be what? Consumed. So you will be met by a devil that's going to definitely be in your way to make sure you don't get past. That's what the mountain represents, a liar. That say, well, you can't go past me because you don't know who you are. That's the ticket to getting past. Identity. Why you think you got to show a passport or ID to go places? What does ID? What does the word ID mean? What? What do they call it? Identification. Exactly. So they know the rules, but then the goal is for that. Do you know the rules? And who established identity cards? The government. See, because they know the rules. See, everything they do worldly represents something Yah is doing what? Spiritually. Like passport, they want your thumbprint, everything on an ID saying that you can't pass unless we know your what? Identity. And identity, right, exactly. So you need those things. So they're letting you know now how you operate amongst Yah. You're able to go anywhere if you know your what? Exactly. But never to lose your what? Because remember, if you lose your ID and stuff, according to them, oh, well, who are you? And you know what happens if you lose your stuff? They're going to try to detain you, right? Well, you don't have no ID. You ain't got no us now. We don't know who you is and where you coming and what is state your business. Right? So, with that, that's going to conclude our family day. So, like I say, don't lose your identity. Now it's being revealed to you who you are. Never lose it what? Again. Don't get lost in the sauce again. Okay? Remember these things. Keep it in you. Grow, learn, and teach. Okay? Grow, learn, and what? Because you will be great educators.